Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. I thought the scarecrows were just a strange local tradition. Lifelike, dressed in old clothes, arms outstretched in unnatural poses. One had a missing shoe. Another had fingernails that looked too real. I got closer and my stomach turned. That wasn't straw under the shirt, it was skin. Leathered pale with stitching near the elbows. I backed away, but a figure at the edge of the cornfield didn't. It stood still, too still, but I swear I saw its eyes move. I reported what I saw, but when the cops came, the field was empty. No scarecrows, no signs, just disturbed soil. The officers took my statement with that look. I'd grown familiar with polite skepticism mixed with concern. They suggested I might have been seeing things, stress from the new job, maybe dehydration from walking in the heat. I nodded along, but I knew what I'd seen. That night I couldn't shake the image of those fingers, yellowed and cracked like old leather, but undeniably human. I drove back the next morning. The field stretched endlessly under an overcast sky, corn stalks swaying in the breeze. Nothing seemed out of place, but the soil looked different, darker patches scattered throughout as if someone had been digging and filling holes. I walked the perimeter looking for any sign of what I'd witnessed. That's when I noticed the farmhouse beyond the field, its windows boarded up, paint peeling like dead skin. The mailbox by the road was stuffed with mail, envelopes yellowed and water damaged. I pulled out a handful, utility bills, bank statements, all addressed to the same person. The dates went back months. Someone hadn't been collecting their mail for a very long time. I knocked on the front door anyway, the hollow sound echoing inside the empty structure. No answer, but I could smell something through the gaps in the boards, sweet and cloying like flowers left too long in water. At the county records office, I learned the property had been abandoned after the owner disappeared. No foul play suspected, they said. People sometimes just leave, start over somewhere else. But the clerk's eyes darted away when she spoke, and her hands trembled slightly as she pulled the file. She mentioned there had been other reports over the past year, hikers, hunters, people claiming to see figures in the field that didn't belong there. I started visiting regularly, parking at different spots along the road, watching the field at various times. Most days, nothing, but sometimes, usually when the light was fading, I'd see them. Always in different positions, always wearing different clothes. A woman in a floral dress standing knee-deep in corn. A man in overalls, arms spread wide like he was welcoming someone home. A child that one made my hands shake so badly I had to grip the steering wheel to steady myself. The local diner became my unofficial research center. I'd sit in the corner booth, nursing coffee and listening to conversations. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and careful words, eventually warmed up to me. She'd lived here her whole life, she said, knew everyone, saw everything. When I mentioned the field, her face went pale. She poured my coffee with shaking hands and told me some stories weren't meant to be dug up. But she did share one thing. A trucker had gone missing about a year ago, disappeared on a route that passed right by that field. His rig was found abandoned at a rest stop, keys still in the ignition, wallet and phone left behind. The police searched everywhere except, she noted with bitter emphasis, that particular field. Too much paperwork, they said, too many jurisdictional complications. I found the trucker's family through social media, reached out carefully. His sister agreed to meet me at a coffee shop one county over. She brought a photo, a man with kind eyes and calloused hands, wearing the same style of overalls I'd seen on one of the figures in the field. She said he'd been planning to retire soon, buy a small place somewhere quiet, somewhere like this area actually. He'd mentioned driving through here on his last few runs, talking about how peaceful it seemed. The sister gave me his route information and I started mapping it. The timing aligned perfectly with when the first reports of figures in the field began. I drove the route myself, stopping at truck stops and diners, showing his photo. A few people remembered him, friendly guy, always tipped well, talked about wanting to settle down. One mechanic recalled working on his truck just days before he disappeared, remembered him mentioning something about helping someone with a broken down vehicle near a cornfield. Back at the field, I started noticing patterns. The figures appeared more frequently when vehicles broke down on the nearby road. I began monitoring police scanner traffic, noting when tow trucks were dispatched to that area. Each time I'd drive out and watch. Sometimes I'd see fresh tire tracks leading toward the farmhouse, but they'd always disappear into the tall grass before reaching the building. The smell from the boarded-up house grew stronger with each visit. I tried approaching from different angles, but the scent seemed to follow me, clinging to my clothes and hair. At night, I'd wake up thinking I could still smell it, that sweet, rotting odor that made my stomach turn. I started washing my clothes twice after each visit, but the memory of that smell lingered. I discovered the property had changed hands multiple times in recent years, always sold quickly and quietly. Each previous owner had left suddenly, abandoning furniture and personal belongings. The pattern suggested something was driving people away, something they couldn't or wouldn't talk about. I tried reaching out to former owners, but most had disconnected phone numbers or had moved far away without leaving forwarding information. One former owner did respond to my messages. We met in a public place and she spoke in whispers, constantly glancing around as if someone might be listening. She'd owned the property for only 6 months, she said. Started having dreams about people in the field, dreams so vivid she'd wake up convinced they were real. She'd see them during the day too, standing perfectly still among the corn stalks. When she tried to get closer, they'd vanish, but she'd find footprints in the soil, footprints that led nowhere. The woman mentioned finding things buried in her garden, personal items that didn't belong to her. A wallet with credit cards but no identification. A cell phone with a cracked screen and a dead battery. A single earring, tarnished silver with a small pearl. She turned them over to police, but nothing came of it. They suggested the items might have been there for years, left by previous occupants or blown in by storms. I started bringing a metal detector to the field, scanning the areas where the soil looked disturbed. The machine beeped constantly, detecting something metallic just below the surface. I dug carefully, finding coins, jewelry, keys, small personal items that people carry every day. Some were corroded and old, but others looked recent. I collected everything in labeled bags, documenting the location of each find. The evidence painted a disturbing picture, but it wasn't enough for authorities to take action. They needed something concrete, something that couldn't be explained away. I continued my surveillance, waiting for the right moment, the right evidence. But the longer I watched, the more I wondered if I was becoming part of whatever was happening in that field. My own reflection started looking unfamiliar in mirrors. My clothes began smelling like that sweet decay even when I hadn't visited the field. And sometimes, standing at the edge of the cornfield, I'd feel an overwhelming urge to walk deeper into the rows, to find my place among the figures that shouldn't exist but did. The last entry in my notebook reads simply, "The mannequins are calling my name." I don't remember writing those words, but the handwriting is unmistakably mine. Crime 2, it was cheap, a second-hand store special, too good to pass up. When I sat on it, it groaned more than just old springs. At night, I started hearing muffled cries. I thought I was losing it until I cut it open. Inside the cushions were photographs, dozens, people tied up blindfolded, always in the same dim room. One photo showed the couch itself, stained and familiar. Another showed me browsing the store, taken from the corner of the room. I don't remember anyone taking my picture. I never found the original owner, but I think he's still watching. The fabric felt wrong from the beginning, not just worn, but somehow tainted, like it had absorbed something more than just years of use. The previous owner had left no forwarding address, the store clerk told me, just dropped it off one morning and never came back. Cash only, no questions asked. I should have walked away then. The first night I convinced myself the sounds were settling. Old furniture does that. But the second night, when I pressed my ear against the armrest, I heard something that made my blood freeze. A whisper, faint, desperate, like someone trying to speak through layers of fabric and foam. The photographs were hidden deep, sewn into the lining between the cushions and frame. My fingers found the first one by accident, a sharp corner that pricked my skin as I searched for the source of a strange bulge. The image was Polaroid quality, faded but clear enough. A woman bound and gagged, terror in her eyes. The background was always the same, concrete walls, a single bare bulb, shadows that seemed to move. But it was the systematic nature of it that truly disturbed me. Each photograph was numbered in the corner, written in careful handwriting, sequential, methodical. This wasn't random violence. This was documentation. I found 47 photographs in total. The store owner remembered the man who brought the couch. Tall, quiet, paid in cash, but when I pressed for details, his description kept changing. Sometimes the man wore glasses, sometimes he didn't. Sometimes he had a beard, sometimes clean-shaven. The only constant was his politeness and the way he kept checking his watch as if he had somewhere urgent to be. I started visiting other second-hand stores, asking about similar furniture donations. The pattern emerged slowly. 3 other stores had received items from the same donor, always furniture, always with cash, always with the same hurried politeness. One shop owner showed me security footage from the donation. The man's face was turned away from every camera as if he knew exactly where they were positioned. But I caught something else in the background, a reflection in the store window. A car parked across the street, engine running, someone behind the wheel. The same car I'd been seeing parked near my building for the past week. I tried to convince myself it was coincidence. The mind plays tricks when you're looking for patterns, but then I found the last photograph, the one that had been tucked deepest inside the couch frame. It showed my apartment building, my exact window, taken recently based on the seasonal decorations visible in neighboring windows. Someone had been watching me since I bought the couch. The police took my statement, but their eyes glazed over when I mentioned the photographs. Missing persons cases gone cold, they said. No active leads, no jurisdiction issues they could pursue. The photographs were evidence, but of what exactly? People who might be anywhere, might be anyone, might even be willing participants in something I couldn't understand. But I knew better. The fear in those eyes was real. I hired a private investigator, a woman who specialized in missing persons cases. She recognized 3 faces from the photographs. 2 had been reported missing over the past 5 years. The third had never been reported at all, but she'd seen the face in her files, connected to a case that had been quietly closed due to lack of evidence. All 3 had one thing in common. They'd all purchased furniture from second-hand stores in the weeks before they disappeared. The investigator and I met at a coffee shop to discuss her findings. She slid a file across the table, her hands trembling slightly. Inside were police reports, witness statements, and a list of second-hand furniture stores that had all received donations from the same mysterious benefactor. The pattern was sophisticated, never the same store twice in a row, never the same type of furniture. Always cash, always polite, always forgettable in every detail except the urgency to leave quickly. But then she told me something that made my stomach drop. The investigator had started receiving strange calls at her office, hang-ups mostly, but once a voice had asked specifically about her recent consultation regarding second-hand furniture. When she'd asked who was calling, the line went dead. Someone was monitoring our investigation. I stopped sleeping on the couch, started sleeping with the lights on. Every creak of the building, every footstep in the hallway sent my heart racing. The photographs were with the police now, but I'd made copies. I studied them obsessively, looking for clues, for connections, for anything that might lead to answers. That's when I noticed the reflection in one victim's eyes. Barely visible, but there, the distorted image of whoever was taking the photograph. A figure in dark clothing, holding what looked like an old-fashioned camera. But more disturbing was what appeared to be surgical gloves, the kind that leave no fingerprints. The investigator called me with her final report. She traced the furniture donations back to a storage facility on the outskirts of town. The unit had been rented under a false name, paid for in cash, abandoned 2 months ago. But the facility's security guard remembered the renter, said he was polite, always wore different clothes, different vehicles, always asked about the facility's security measures as if he were concerned about break-ins. When they opened the storage unit, it was empty except for a single item, a camera tripod with what looked like dried blood on the base. I sold the couch the next day, listed it online, priced to move quickly. The buyer was a young couple, excited about their first apartment together. I didn't tell them about the photographs. I didn't tell them about the sounds. I didn't tell them about the car that had been following me. But I did watch them load it into their truck, and I did notice the car that followed them home. The cycle continues. Somewhere someone is setting up that camera again. Someone is arranging furniture in a concrete room. Someone is being very, very patient. And I think they're still watching me, waiting to see what I do next. The police case remains open but inactive. The investigator has moved to another state. The second-hand store has closed permanently. But sometimes, late at night, I hear muffled sounds coming from my new couch. Different sounds, different voices. I think I bought the wrong furniture again. Or maybe the furniture found me. Crime 3, it was supposed to be a backyard, a safe, fenced-in place to relax. But my dog kept digging in one corner, barking at the dirt. I thought it was just a mole or buried garbage. Then he pulled out something white, too big to be a stick, too smooth. I dug with a shovel and found more teeth, ribs, even a jaw with fillings. The cops said the bones were old, but they never explained the fresh pink ribbon tied around one of the femurs. I didn't tie it, and neither did the dog. The detective who came to my house had tired eyes and coffee breath. He examined the bones with latex gloves, placing each piece into separate evidence bags. The pink ribbon caught the afternoon light as he held it up, studying the fabric between his fingers. Satin, he said, recent purchase based on the color retention. Someone had been here recently. I told him about the previous homeowner, an elderly woman who lived alone for decades before passing away. The realtor mentioned she was a quiet type, kept to herself, rarely had visitors. The house sat empty for months before I bought it. During that inspection period, anyone could have accessed the backyard through the broken gate that I later repaired. The detective asked if I noticed anything unusual when I moved in. I remembered the smell in that corner of the yard, sweet and earthy, like flowers left too long in water. I assumed it was fertilizer or compost. The soil was darker there, richer somehow. My dog avoided that spot initially, but something changed after the first heavy rain. That's when the digging started. Records showed the bones belonged to a middle-aged male, dead for approximately 15 years. Dental records led nowhere. Missing person reports from that period revealed dozens of unsolved cases, but none matched the bone structure and estimated age. The ribbon became the focus. Laboratory analysis revealed traces of perfume, the expensive kind sold at department stores. Not the type of fragrance an elderly woman living alone would typically wear. I started paying attention to my neighbors differently. The woman across the street often worked in her garden, always watching when people came and went. She mentioned seeing cars parked near my house during the empty months, always late in the evening. Different cars, she said, but the same person getting out. A woman with long hair who carried flowers. The florist downtown recognized the ribbon when I showed her a photograph. She sold that exact type, used it for sympathy arrangements and memorial bouquets. Her records showed regular purchases of pink satin ribbon over the past year, always cash payments, always by the same customer. A woman who never gave her name but ordered specific flowers for someone she called her lost love. I began checking the backyard every morning, looking for new disturbances in the soil. The dog still showed interest in that corner, but his behavior had changed. Instead of excited digging, he would sit quietly and whine as if waiting for something. The scent was gone, replaced by the normal smell of earth and grass, but something felt unfinished. The detective called with updates that weren't really updates. The case remained open but inactive. No new evidence emerged despite extensive investigation. The ribbon led to dead ends. The bones revealed no additional secrets. Sometimes cases go cold not because of lack of effort, but because the truth exists in spaces that official investigations cannot reach. I started noticing fresh flowers appearing near my mailbox. Small bouquets of white roses tied with different colored ribbons. Never pink, always other colors. Blue, yellow, green. They appeared overnight and were gone by evening, as if someone was testing my awareness, measuring my reaction. The woman across the street claimed she never saw anyone placing them. One morning I found a handwritten note tucked under my doormat. The paper was expensive, cream-colored with a subtle texture. The handwriting was feminine, careful, almost ceremonial. It simply said, "He was loved. That matters more than how he died." No signature, no additional explanation, just those words written in blue ink that had slightly smudged, as if tears had fallen on the paper while it dried. The detective examined the note but found no useful fingerprints or DNA evidence. The paper was sold at dozens of stores. The pen was a common brand. Handwriting analysis suggested someone educated, possibly older, with steady hands despite emotional stress. The investigation expanded to include possible romantic connections to unidentified victims, but bureaucratic processes move slowly while human emotions operate on different schedules. I realized someone had been caring for this grave long before I discovered it. The pink ribbon wasn't random or recent. It was part of an ongoing ritual, a private ceremony that my presence had interrupted. The flowers at my mailbox weren't threats or warnings. They were apologies, attempts to explain something that couldn't be explained through official channels. The truth settled into my understanding like sediment in still water. Someone loved this person enough to visit regularly, to maintain his resting place, to honor his memory despite whatever circumstances led to his burial in an unmarked grave. The elderly previous homeowner might have known, might have even permitted this arrangement. Some secrets are kept not because they involve wrongdoing, but because they involve pain too personal for public examination. I stopped calling the detective with updates about the flowers. I stopped examining the soil for disturbances. Instead, I planted a small garden in that corner of the yard, choosing flowers that bloom year-round. The dog seemed to approve, settling peacefully near the new plantings instead of digging. Sometimes I find single flowers placed carefully among my plantings, always with ribbons in colors that aren't pink. The case remains officially unsolved, but resolution doesn't always require official channels. Someone knows exactly what happened, and they're still caring for the consequences. That might be the only justice some stories ever receive. The bones are gone, analyzed and stored in evidence lockers, but love persists in ways that investigations cannot measure or solve. Crime 4, I thought the creaks were just the house settling. That's what people always say, right? But things kept moving, my toothbrush, my shoes. One night I woke up with a blanket I hadn't left out. That's when I found the hidden hatch in the closet. Inside the crawl space were wrappers, a phone charger, and a diary. Pages described everything I did, what I ate, when I showered, how I sleep. One entry said, "Tonight I'll finally say hi." That page was dated, but I'll never forget what was written under it in all caps, "Behind you." The smell hit me first when I returned to that house. Musty wood mixed with something sweet and rotten. The same scent I'd noticed before but dismissed as old pipes or forgotten food. Standing in the doorway, I understood that smell had been a warning I'd ignored for weeks. The police report lay spread across my kitchen table, photos paperclipped to witness statements. Black ink on white paper couldn't capture what I'd felt those nights when sleep came in fragments. The detective had been thorough, methodical, each piece of evidence cataloged and photographed, but evidence tells one story, living it tells another. I traced my finger along the inventory list: one makeshift bed, 17 food containers, a collection of my hair gathered from the bathroom drain. The phone charger belonged to a model I'd owned 2 houses ago. Someone had been watching longer than anyone realized. The diary entries began mundane, simple observations about my routines, my visitors, my habits. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, each letter formed with the precision of someone who had endless hours to practice. As I read deeper, the tone shifted. The observer became a participant in my life, commenting on my choices, expressing disappointment when I broke routine. One entry disturbed me more than the rest. It described a conversation I'd had with my sister about changing the locks. Word for word, exactly as it happened, but we'd been alone in my living room, no windows open, no possibility of being overheard from outside, unless someone had been listening from beneath the floorboards. The investigation stalled after the first week. No fingerprints on smooth surfaces. No DNA evidence that couldn't be explained by normal household activities. The intruder had been methodical about avoiding detection. What struck me wasn't the criminal sophistication, but the intimate knowledge of forensic procedures. This person understood exactly how to remain invisible to official scrutiny. I started interviewing my neighbors myself. The woman next door mentioned seeing someone in my backyard during the early morning hours. She'd assumed it was me taking out garbage. The description matched my height and build perfectly. When I showed her a photo of myself, she hesitated. Something about the posture wasn't quite right, she said. The way this person moved seemed different, more cautious, more deliberate. The man across the street had installed security cameras after a rash of break-ins. His footage showed a figure approaching my house on multiple occasions, always avoiding direct camera angles. The movement seemed choreographed, like someone who'd studied the surveillance patterns extensively. When enhanced, the images revealed someone wearing my own jacket, one I'd reported missing weeks earlier. I found myself returning to the crawl space, searching for details the investigators might have missed. The space was larger than expected, with makeshift ventilation and organized storage areas. Someone had lived there comfortably for an extended period. Blankets were folded neatly. Food containers were stacked systematically. This wasn't the random hiding spot of a desperate intruder. This was a deliberately constructed living space. The phone charger nagged at me. I contacted my previous landlord, asking about who might have had access to my old apartment. The list was surprisingly long. Maintenance workers, previous tenants, property managers. Anyone could have retrieved personal items I'd left behind. But why keep a charger for so long? What made it significant enough to transport from one location to another? My sister suggested I speak with a psychologist who specialized in stalking cases. The conversation revealed patterns I hadn't recognized. Stalkers often begin as invisible observers before escalating to direct contact. The diary entries showed clear progression from passive documentation to active participation in my daily life. The final entry about saying hello represented a crucial threshold, but something had interrupted that plan. I started noticing other details, fingerprints on windows that had been cleaned recently, subtle rearrangements of furniture that created better sightlines into my living spaces. Someone had been optimizing my environment for observation without my awareness. The changes were so gradual, so minor, that I'd adapted to them naturally. The detective called with an update. They'd traced the diary paper to a local office supply store, the same store where I shopped regularly. Security footage showed someone matching my general appearance making purchases on dates that aligned with the diary entries, but the footage quality made positive identification impossible. The figure kept their face angled away from cameras with practiced precision. I realized the investigation had shifted something fundamental in my relationship with my own space. Every creak, every shadow seemed significant. The house felt contaminated by the knowledge of prolonged invasion, but selling and moving wouldn't solve the underlying problem. The stalker had followed me between addresses once already. Distance wouldn't guarantee safety. The diary's final entries became increasingly agitated. My routine had been disrupted by awareness of being watched. The observer expressed frustration with my behavioral changes. Locks had been changed, patterns had been altered. The carefully constructed surveillance system was failing. The last legible entry contained a single question repeated multiple times. Why won't you let me help you? 3 weeks after the discovery, I received a letter with no return address. Inside was a key I didn't recognize and a note written in the same careful handwriting. The message was simple: you'll need this someday. The key didn't fit any lock in my current house, but it looked exactly like the spare key I'd hidden in my previous apartment, the key that had never been recovered. The case officially remains open, but active investigation has ceased. No additional evidence has emerged. No further contact has been made, but sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn I hear familiar sounds, footsteps that match my own rhythm, movements that seem synchronized with my activities. The police assure me it's hypervigilance, a normal response to trauma. But I keep thinking about that key. About the person who knew me well enough to predict my needs before I recognized them myself. About someone who'd invested months, maybe years, in understanding my patterns, my preferences, my vulnerabilities. Someone who might still be watching, waiting for the right moment to finally say hello. The truth is, I'm not sure I want to know who they are. Some questions are more comfortable left unanswered. Some truths are too dangerous to pursue. So I listen to the creaks, notice when things move, and try not to think about why that key fits perfectly in my jewelry box lock. Crime 5, it wasn't mine. It came with the apartment, an old mirror mounted to the bathroom wall. I started noticing things, reflections that didn't match reality. My arms moved, but in the mirror they didn't. Sometimes someone stood behind me, someone I couldn't see when I turned around. I tried taking it down, but it was bolted, fused to the wall. One night the mirror fogged up, but only one handprint appeared. I hadn't touched it, and it was on the inside. The building superintendent had keys to every unit. He told me this when I first moved in, his weathered hands jangling the metal ring like a warning bell. The previous tenant had left suddenly, he said. Personal reasons. The mirror stayed because removing it would damage the wall, and the landlord didn't want to pay for repairs. I found the first photograph wedged behind the medicine cabinet while searching for the mirror's mounting bolts. A Polaroid, edges yellowed with age. A woman standing in my bathroom, brushing her teeth. She looked comfortable, familiar with the space. Her reflection in the mirror seemed normal, but something about her posture suggested she was listening for something. The building's rental office kept files on former tenants, but they claimed the records from 2 years back had been damaged in a pipe burst. Water damage, they said, though the basement looked perfectly dry when I checked. The woman at the front desk avoided eye contact when she handed me the empty folder. Her fingers trembled slightly as she closed the filing cabinet. I started asking neighbors about the woman in the photograph. The elderly man next door remembered her vaguely. She was quiet, he said, but sometimes he heard furniture moving at strange hours, scraping sounds like someone rearranging heavy objects. When I showed him the Polaroid, his expression shifted. He claimed he'd never seen her clearly, only caught glimpses through hallway shadows. The mirror began fogging more frequently, even without hot water running. The handprints multiplied, different sizes, different positions. I measured them against my own hands, none matched. I photographed everything, documenting each new print before it faded. The collection grew disturbing in its variety. I contacted the building's previous management company. They'd been bought out, records transferred incompletely, but I found a maintenance worker who remembered the apartment. He'd been called to fix a broken bathroom fixture. The woman who lived there had seemed nervous, he said, constantly checking over her shoulder. She'd asked him to work quickly, claiming she was expecting someone. The worker remembered something else. When he'd removed the old medicine cabinet, he'd found scratches on the wall behind it, deep gouges in the plaster, like someone had been clawing desperately. The woman had insisted he not mention it to management. She'd paid him extra to keep quiet about what he'd seen. I examined the wall behind my medicine cabinet. The scratches were still there, partially covered by fresh paint. Some formed patterns almost like letters. I traced them with my finger, feeling the roughness of damaged plaster. The shapes suggested words, but I couldn't make them coherent. The superintendent visited unexpectedly one afternoon. He wanted to check the bathroom fixtures, he said, though nothing seemed broken. While he worked, I watched him in the mirror. His reflection moved differently than his actual body, just slightly out of sync. When I mentioned this, he became defensive. Mirrors could be tricky, he said. Old buildings settled in strange ways. I found the second photograph taped under the bathroom sink. The same woman, but this image showed her looking directly at the camera with obvious fear. Behind her, barely visible in the mirror's reflection, was a shadow that didn't belong to anyone in the room. The shadow had substance, definition. It looked like someone crouching. The building's security cameras had been removed years ago, the superintendent explained when I asked. Budget cuts. But I discovered the mounting bracket still existed in the hallways, positioned to capture everyone entering and leaving the apartments. Fresh screw holes suggested recent removal. I started staying awake through the night, watching the mirror. The handprints appeared while I observed, materializing slowly like invisible fingers pressing against glass. Sometimes they moved, sliding across the surface in deliberate patterns. I tried responding, placing my own hands where the prints appeared. The glass felt warm where they touched, almost body temperature. The woman next door finally admitted she'd known the previous tenant. They'd spoken occasionally about the building's quirks. The woman had complained about feeling watched, about sounds from empty rooms. She'd mentioned the mirror specifically, claiming it showed things that weren't there, people she recognized but couldn't identify. I found rental applications in the building's dumpster, documents that should have been shredded. The previous tenant's application listed an emergency contact, someone with the same last name. A relative, possibly. I called the number. It had been disconnected, but the phone company's records showed it had belonged to someone who'd reported harassment before the line was canceled. The harassment reports mentioned unwanted visits, someone entering her apartment without permission. She'd changed the locks twice, but the intrusions continued. The final report mentioned finding evidence that someone had been living in her space while she was away. Personal items moved, food consumed, her bed slept in. The maintenance worker agreed to meet me privately. He revealed more about his visit to the apartment. The woman had barricaded her bathroom door from the inside, he said. She'd only opened it after he'd proven his identity through the building management. When he'd worked on the fixtures, she'd stood guard, watching both him and the mirror simultaneously. He'd asked her about the scratches on the wall. She'd broken down then, admitting someone had been getting into her apartment regularly. Someone who knew her schedule, her habits. Someone who watched her through the mirror, she claimed, though she knew how impossible that sounded. The worker had reported the situation to management, but they dismissed her concerns as paranoia. The building had security issues, but management preferred quiet tenants who didn't complicate their operations. When she'd pressed for better locks, they'd suggested she might be happier elsewhere. I examined the bathroom's ventilation system, wondering if someone could access the space from above. The ductwork connected to a central system, but the passages were too small for human access. Still, I found fresh scratches around the vent cover, and the screws had been recently disturbed. The mirror's handprints began forming recognizable patterns. Letters, numbers, partial words. I documented everything, creating a catalog of communications. The messages seemed urgent but fragmented. Names without context, locations without meaning. Someone was trying to communicate something important. I hired a private investigator to research the previous tenant's disappearance. She'd left suddenly, abandoning most of her possessions. Her last known address was this apartment, but she'd never officially moved out. Her lease had simply expired while she was gone, and management had cleared her belongings without proper notice. The investigator found something disturbing. The woman had filed multiple police reports about stalking and breaking and entering, but the cases had been closed without resolution. The investigating officer had noted that no signs of forced entry were ever found, despite the woman's insistence that someone was accessing her home regularly. The final police report mentioned the mirror specifically. The woman had claimed her stalker was somehow using it to watch her, though she couldn't explain how. The officer had noted this as evidence of psychological distress rather than criminal activity. I started leaving the apartment for extended periods, then returning unexpectedly. Each time, subtle changes had occurred. Objects moved fractionally, surfaces disturbed, the air carrying unfamiliar scents. Someone was accessing my space, but they were careful, professional, almost invisible. The building's superintendent had a master key, but others might have copies. Previous management, maintenance staff, security personnel. The building's history stretched back decades, accumulating a legacy of access and secrets. I found the final photograph hidden inside the mirror's frame itself, slipped between the glass and backing. The previous tenant again, but this image showed her packing frantically. Her face displayed raw terror, and she kept glancing toward the bathroom door as if expecting someone to burst through. In this photograph's background, reflected in the mirror she was trying to ignore, a figure stood clearly visible. A man in building maintenance clothing, watching her pack. But when I examined the image more closely, I realized something horrifying. The timestamp on the photograph showed it was taken after her official departure date. Someone had been in her apartment after she disappeared. Someone who'd had access to her space, her life, her most private moments. Someone who'd known she wouldn't be coming back. The handprints in my mirror spelled out a final message that night. A single word repeated until the entire surface was covered. A name I recognized from the building's staff directory, from the keys that jangled like warning bells, from the weathered hands that had welcomed me to my new home. But when I tried to leave the apartment to report what I discovered, I found my door wouldn't open. The locks had been changed from the outside, and someone was standing in the hallway, waiting patiently for me to stop trying. The mirror showed his reflection clearly now, standing directly behind me with familiar, practiced patience. When I turned around, the bathroom appeared empty, but his eyes in the reflection never left mine. I understand now why the previous tenant had left so suddenly, and why she'd never officially moved out. She hadn't left at all. Crime 6, no return address, just a padded envelope with something rattling inside. When I opened it, there was a molar, human, still had blood on the root. There was a note typed, "Yours next." I went to the dentist just in case it wasn't mine. The cops said there wasn't enough to trace. A week later, I got another, then a third, all different shapes, all human. I checked every door, window, and lock, but one morning there was an envelope inside the house, on the kitchen counter, with a note that read, "You left the back door unlocked." That's when I started keeping a journal, every detail, every sound, every person who looked at me wrong. The mailman who lingered too long at my box, the neighbor who suddenly stopped waving, the coworker who asked too many questions about my routine. The fourth tooth came with something different, a photograph, blurry, taken from a distance, but unmistakably my kitchen window. I could see myself washing dishes, completely unaware. The angle suggested someone standing in my backyard behind the oak tree where the fence meets the property line. I called the police again. They dusted for prints, found nothing. The detective assigned to my case looked tired, overworked. He suggested I install security cameras, change my locks, maybe stay somewhere else for a while. But I couldn't leave, not yet, because I'd started noticing things, small discrepancies in my own memory, gaps in my recollections. The back door I was certain I'd locked, yet the note claimed otherwise. The kitchen counter where I never left mail, yet there it was. Either someone was getting inside with impossible stealth, or I was losing pieces of myself. I began setting traps, tiny threads stretched across doorways, glasses of water balanced on tables. Nothing disturbed, yet the envelopes kept appearing, always inside, always in places I checked constantly. The bathroom mirror, my pillow, once folded inside a book I was reading. The fifth tooth was smaller, a child's tooth. The note this time was handwritten, shaky letters, "Remember the playground." I don't have children, never worked with children, but something cold settled in my stomach, like recognition fighting to surface. I drove to every playground in the area, searching for a memory that felt just out of reach. At the third one, I found myself sitting on a bench that felt familiar. The swing set had been repainted, but the arrangement was the same. The sandbox had been moved, but the trees were exactly as I remembered. Then I saw her, a woman pushing an empty swing back and forth, her lips moving silently. When our eyes met, she stopped. Her face was hollow, aged by grief I could feel from across the playground. She walked toward me with purpose, her steps deliberate on the rubber mulch. "You don't remember me," she said. It wasn't a question. Her voice had the quality of someone who'd screamed until there was nothing left. "But you remember him. You have to remember him." She showed me a photograph, a boy with gapped teeth, maybe 7 years old, wearing a baseball uniform. His smile was wide, genuine. One front tooth was missing. He talked about you all the time, said you were teaching him to throw curveballs, said you were going to take him to see the big legs. The world tilted. I stared at the photograph, searching for any flicker of recognition. The boy's face was completely unfamiliar, yet something about his posture, the way he held the baseball glove, created an ache in my chest I couldn't explain. "I never taught anyone baseball," I told her. "I think you have the wrong person." Her expression shifted from desperate hope to something darker. "The police found your business card in his pocket, your handwriting on his glove. You gave him rides home from practice. Don't tell me you don't remember." I backed away, shaking my head. My business cards were generic, could belong to anyone. I hadn't played baseball since high school. Yet as she spoke, fragments began surfacing. The weight of a small glove in my hands, the sound of a ball hitting leather, a child's laughter echoing in a way that felt both foreign and intimate. "Where is he now?" I managed to ask. Her smile was terrible. "That's what I've been trying to tell you. He disappeared 2 years ago after his last practice, the one you were supposed to drive him home from." The sixth tooth arrived that night, adult-sized again, but cracked down the middle. The note was typed on letterhead I recognized, my own company's. At the bottom, in handwriting I slowly realized was mine, were the words, "Practice canceled. We'll make it up to you." I searched my apartment frantically, looking for anything that might trigger a memory. In the back of my closet, I found a baseball glove, child-sized, well-worn. Inside the thumb, in fading marker, someone had written a name I couldn't quite make out. The leather smelled like summer afternoons and something else, something that made my hands shake. The woman from the playground called me that night. I don't know how she got my number. Her voice was different, steadier, like she'd found what she was looking for. "I know you remember now," she said. "The question is, what are you going to do about it?" I tried to explain that I still didn't remember, that there had to be some mistake. But even as I spoke, I was thinking about the business card, the glove, the note in my own handwriting. The gaps in my memory weren't random. They were specific, surgical, as if someone had carefully removed certain days, certain encounters, certain responsibilities I'd failed to meet. The seventh tooth never came. Instead, I found myself driving to the police station without consciously deciding to go. The detective who'd been handling my case looked surprised to see me. He led me to a small room and offered coffee I couldn't taste. When I started talking, the words felt like they belonged to someone else. I told him about the playground, the woman, the glove in my closet. He listened without interruption, taking notes in handwriting that seemed deliberately careful. When I finished, he closed his notebook and studied my face for a long moment. "The boy's name was Michael," he said finally. "He disappeared after baseball practice. His mother said you'd volunteered to give him rides when she couldn't make it. Your business card was in his pocket, like she said." "I don't remember him," I repeated. but the words felt hollow now. The detective opened a file folder. Inside were photographs of the missing boy, copies of my business cards, and a statement I'd apparently given 2 years ago. My signature was at the bottom, though I had no memory of writing it. According to the statement, I'd agreed to drive the boy home but had to cancel due to a work emergency. I'd left a note with his coach, the same note that had arrived with the 6th tooth. "We cleared you back then," the detective said. "You had an alibi. Security footage showed you at your office during the time frame when he disappeared, but his mother never accepted that. She hired a private investigator, kept pushing for new leads." He showed me one more photograph, the woman from the playground, but younger, healthier, standing next to the missing boy. "She started sending anonymous tips about you 6 months ago, said she had new evidence. We investigated, found nothing, but the tips kept coming." I left the station more confused than when I'd arrived. The teeth, the notes, the impossible appearances inside my locked apartment. If the police had cleared me, if I had an alibi, then why couldn't I remember the boy? Why did the glove in my closet feel so familiar? Why did my own handwriting look foreign to me? That night I sat in my kitchen staring at the 7 teeth I'd collected, each one different, each one human. I'd assumed they were threats, warnings of violence to come, but looking at them now, arranged in a line on my counter, they looked like something else, like evidence, like pieces of a story I'd forgotten how to tell. The 8th envelope appeared while I was sleeping. Not in the mail, not slipped under a door, on my nightstand inches from my head. Inside was not a tooth, but a key. Brass, old-fashioned, with a tag that read Storage Unit 247. No note this time, no explanation needed. I knew where to go. The storage facility was across town, the kind of place where people keep things they can't bear to look at, but can't bring themselves to throw away. Unit 247 was in the back row, half hidden behind a dumpster that smelled like decay and old regrets. The key turned easily. The door rolled up with a sound like thunder. Inside were boxes, dozens of them, carefully labeled in handwriting I was beginning to recognize as mine. Baseball gear, team photos, practice schedules, and in the corner a single box marked Michael. I opened it with hands that knew the weight of what they would find. Inside were more photographs of the boy, newspaper clippings about his disappearance, and a journal. My journal, though I had no memory of writing it. The entries detailed months of coaching, of building trust, of promises made and broken. The final entry was dated the day the boy disappeared. Told him I'd pick him up after practice. Emergency at work came up, left note with coach, should have called his mother directly, should have made sure he got home safe. This is my fault. The words were mine, the guilt was mine, but the memory remained absent, like reading about someone else's life, someone else's mistakes. I sat in that storage unit, surrounded by evidence of a relationship I couldn't remember, a responsibility I'd apparently failed, a child who'd vanished because of my negligence. The final envelope was waiting when I got home. Inside, a single piece of paper with an address I recognized. The playground where I'd met the woman. Below it, a time, today, now. She was waiting on the same bench where I'd found her before. This time, she wasn't alone. The private investigator sat beside her, a man with tired eyes and a briefcase full of surveillance photos. Me leaving work early, me at the storage facility, me talking to police, me looking exactly like someone with something to hide. "The teeth were mine," she said without preamble. "Had them pulled years ago, saved them in case I ever needed DNA evidence. Thought maybe if I could make you remember, you'd tell me what really happened to Michael. I told you I don't remember coaching him, any of it. Memory's a funny thing, the private investigator said. Sometimes trauma makes us forget. Sometimes guilt does. Sometimes we forget because remembering would mean accepting responsibility for something we can't live with. He opened his briefcase and showed me more photographs. Security footage from the day Michael disappeared. Me leaving my office earlier than I'd told police. Me driving toward the school instead of home. Me sitting in my car outside the baseball field for over an hour just watching. Your alibi was for later that day, he explained. But practice ended 2 hours earlier than you told them. 2 hours when nobody knows where you were. 2 hours when a boy was waiting for a ride that never came. The truth hit me then, not like revelation, but like drowning. I remembered getting the call about the work emergency. I remembered rushing to my car, driving toward the school to cancel in person rather than calling. I remembered arriving as practice was ending, seeing Michael waiting by the fence with his glove and his trusting smile. And I remembered making a choice, seeing him there, knowing he was my responsibility, and driving past him anyway. Telling myself I'd call his mother later, that someone else would give him a ride, that one missed pickup wouldn't matter. I remembered watching him in my rearview mirror, standing alone as parents collected other children. I remembered the relief of not having to deal with conversation, with the burden of care, with the simple act of doing what I'd promised to do. By the time I'd finished with my work emergency, by the time I'd called his mother to apologize, Michael was gone. Vanished somewhere between the baseball field and home, a distance he'd tried to walk alone because the adult he'd trusted had chosen convenience over care. The teeth were to make you remember, the woman said, to make you feel hunted the way he must have felt walking home alone, to make you understand what it's like when someone you trust disappears without explanation. I wanted to argue, to insist that my choice hadn't led directly to his disappearance, that other factors, other people, other failures had played a role, but sitting there surrounded by evidence of my own forgotten neglect, I understood that causation and responsibility aren't always the same thing. I hadn't taken Michael, but I had abandoned him when he needed me most. The woman stood to leave, her mission apparently complete. He's still out there somewhere, she said. Or maybe he isn't, but now you'll remember him the way I do, every day, forever. I'm still receiving envelopes, not teeth anymore, but photographs, pictures of missing children from across the country, boys and girls who trusted adults who let them down, who needed rides, supervision, protection, and found themselves alone instead. Each envelope comes with the same question, handwritten now. Do you remember? And I do. I remember all of them now, even the ones I never met. Because once you understand how easy it is to forget a child, to prioritize your own comfort over their safety, you start seeing all the other times it happens. All the other Michaels walking home alone because someone made a choice to look away. The police closed my case. No crime had been committed, they said. No law had been broken. But some betrayals don't require criminal intent. Some failures don't need malice to destroy lives. Sometimes the worst harm comes from simple indifference, from the momentary decision to prioritize yourself over a child who has no choice but to trust you. I still don't know what happened to Michael after I drove past him that day. The investigation never found answers, never assigned blame to anyone but the faceless stranger who must have taken him. But I know what happened in the moments before. I know who taught him that adults can't be trusted, that promises don't mean anything, that sometimes the people who claim to care about you will choose their own convenience over your safety. I know because I was there. I remember now. And remembering is its own kind of justice, its own form of punishment. Because forgetting was the only thing that let me sleep at night, the only defense against the weight of a child's trust broken for no reason more complex than selfishness. The envelopes keep coming, the faces keep changing, but the question remains the same: do you remember? And I do. I remember all of them. Every child let down by an adult who should have known better. Every moment when care was abandoned for convenience. Every choice that seemed small at the time but changed everything. Memory, I've learned, isn't just about the past. It's about carrying forward the weight of our failures, letting them change how we move through the world. The woman who sent me teeth in the mail taught me that forgetting isn't healing. It's just another form of abandonment, another way of walking past a child who needs you, pretending you don't see them waiting. I see them now, all of them, and I remember. Crime 7, I moved for peace, quiet nature, but there was something off about the woods. Animals avoided them, no birdsong, no insects, just silence. I went exploring and found small wooden crosses, dozens hidden under brush. Some had initials carved crudely. One had mine. Another had a crude face etched in, one that looked eerily familiar. I called the authorities, but when they returned, the crosses were gone. The dirt was still soft. Someone had dug them up or pulled them out. I tried to sleep that night, but the scratching at the back door wouldn't stop. The first officer who came was young, nervous. His badge gleamed too bright in the pale sunlight filtering through my kitchen window. He took notes while I spoke, his pen clicking against the paper with each pause. I could smell his cologne mixing with the coffee I'd made, something sharp and artificial that made my stomach turn. When I led him to the tree line, he walked differently than I expected. Not the confident stride of someone investigating, but the careful steps of someone who already knew what they wouldn't find. The ground where the crosses had been was disturbed, yes, but not the way I remembered. The indentations were wrong, too shallow, like someone had pressed their foot into soft earth rather than yanked wooden stakes from the ground. I knelt and ran my fingers through the dirt. It felt different than it should have, not the loose soil of recent digging, but packed earth that had been wetted and smoothed. "You sure about what you saw?" the officer asked, and something in his voice made me look up. He was studying me, not the ground. His eyes held a familiarity that made my skin crawl. I nodded, but doubt was already creeping in. The crosses had been there. I touched them, felt the rough wood, traced the carved letters with my fingertip. One had my initials, but as I described them to the officer, the details felt slippery, like trying to hold water. After he left, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen his face before, not in uniform, but somewhere else, somewhere that mattered. I started keeping a journal that night. Every sound, every movement in the woods, every car that passed too slowly down my street. The scratching at the back door had stopped, but now there were other sounds. Footsteps on my porch that would cease the moment I approached the window. The soft thud of something being placed against my door, but when I opened it, nothing was there except the faint smell of turned earth. 3 days later, I found the first photograph. It was slipped under my door while I was at work, a Polaroid with edges yellowed by age. The image showed a section of the woods behind my house, but different. Younger trees, different undergrowth. In the foreground, a shovel lined against a trunk. In the background, barely visible, a figure in work clothes stood watching the camera. The face was unclear, but the posture was familiar in a way that made my hands shake. I drove to the library and spent hours in the local history section, pulling newspaper archives from decades past. The reading room smelled of old paper and dust, and the microfilm machine hummed with a sound that reminded me of the scratching at my door. I found what I was looking for in an article from 30 years ago. Local resident questioned in missing persons cases. The photograph was grainy, but I recognized the face immediately. It was the young officer who had come to investigate my report. But that was impossible. The man in the photograph would be in his 60s now, not the 20-something who had stood in my kitchen 3 days ago. I brought the newspaper clipping home and compared it to the Polaroid. The figure in the woods, the one watching the camera, it was the same person. The same face that had looked at me with too much familiarity when I'd reported the crosses. That night I didn't sleep. I sat at my kitchen table, staring out at the woods, waiting for something to move among the trees. The Polaroid lay in front of me, and I found myself turning it over repeatedly, feeling the smooth back where someone had written in fading ink, "You remember now." But I didn't remember. There were gaps in my memory, spaces where important things should have been. I could recall moving to the house, but not why I'd chosen this particular location. I remembered the peace I'd sought, but not what I'd been running from. Most disturbing of all, I could remember finding the crosses, but when I tried to picture the moment clearly, other images intruded. Images of me placing them there, of my hands carving initials into soft wood, of standing in the moonlight arranging them just so. The second photograph appeared a week later. This one showed the inside of my house, taken from the woods looking through my bedroom window. I was visible in the frame, asleep in my bed, but the angle was wrong. The photographer would have had to be 15 feet off the ground to capture that view. In my hands, clutched against my chest, was something I didn't remember owning, a small wooden cross, crude and handmade. I tore my bedroom apart looking for it, but found nothing. Yet in the photograph, it was there, held tight in my sleeping grasp like a talisman. I called the police station and asked to speak with the officer who had taken my report. The dispatcher's voice was careful when she told me no one by that description worked there. She asked for a badge number, which I couldn't provide. She asked for a name, which I realized I'd never gotten. When I described his appearance, she was quiet for a long moment before telling me the only officer matching that description had retired 20 years ago. The photographs kept coming. Each one showed me in moments I couldn't remember, doing things that felt both foreign and familiar. Me digging in the woods under moonlight, me carrying what looked like bundled clothing deep into the trees, me standing over fresh earth, my face turned toward the camera with an expression I didn't recognize as my own. In the final photograph, I was younger, much younger. The trees were smaller, the undergrowth different, but the location was unmistakable. I was placing crosses in the ground, dozens of them, each one carefully positioned. My face in the image was calm, methodical, like someone completing a familiar task. On the back, in the same fading ink, "You never stopped." I sit here now writing this, and I can hear the scratching at the back door again. But this time I know what it is. It's not something trying to get in, it's something trying to get out. The crosses are back in the woods. I can see them from my window, neat rows of them, more than there were before. And I remember now, in fragments that hurt to hold in my mind, why I moved here for peace. The young officer never existed. The photographs were taken by someone who knew exactly where to look, someone who had been watching for a very long time. Someone who understood that the woods behind my house weren't just hiding graves, they were hiding time itself and the things we bury in it. I should leave, I should pack my things and drive away and never look back. But my hands are already reaching for the shovel in the garage, and I can hear footsteps on the porch, my own footsteps, from a time I'm not sure has happened yet or is happening still. The scratching at the door has stopped, but only because I am already outside, walking toward the woods where the crosses wait in their perfect rows, where the soft earth remembers every secret I've forgotten I buried there. Crime 8, it looked normal. I only noticed it when water pressure dropped. I unscrewed the head and found wires, a tiny lens. I followed the cable through the wall into a crawl space I didn't know existed. There were monitors, screens showing every room, a dusty chair, empty snack wrappers. Whoever was there had been gone recently. I checked the footage, hoping to find answers. I found hours of myself undressing, eating, crying. And in one clip, I saw a hand reach through the window behind me while I slept on the couch. The hand was pale, thin fingers stretched toward my sleeping form. I rewound the footage over and over, watching that ghostly appendage pause just inches from my shoulder before retreating into darkness. My skin crawled as I realized someone had been that close, breathing the same air I breathed, watching me dream. I called the police. The detective who arrived seemed more interested in his phone than my evidence. He barely glanced at the monitors, muttering something about landlord disputes and suggesting I change the locks. When I showed him the footage of the hand, he squinted at the grainy image and shrugged. Poor quality, he said, could be anything. A shadow, maybe a tree branch, the wind. But I knew what I saw. After he left, I sat in that cramped crawl space, running my fingers along the cables. They were professionally installed, not the sloppy work of some amateur voyeur. The system was expensive, sophisticated. Multiple cameras, motion sensors, sound recording equipment. Someone had invested serious money and time into watching me live my life. I traced the main cable to an external connection box hidden behind overgrown bushes. Fresh tool marks scarred the metal housing. Someone had been here recently, maintaining the system, upgrading it. The thought made my stomach turn. How long had they been watching? Months, years. My neighbor across the street noticed me poking around outside. She approached slowly, her small dog yapping at her heels. I asked if she'd seen anyone suspicious near my house, anyone who didn't belong. Her eyes darted away when she answered no, too quickly, like she was hiding something. But then she mentioned the previous tenant, how he'd moved out suddenly, left furniture behind, how the landlord seemed eager to rent the place immediately after. The landlord, I'd never met him face to face, only communicated through a property management company. All my rent payments went to a corporate account, all maintenance requests filtered through automated systems. I realized I didn't even know his name. That afternoon, I drove to the property management office. The receptionist, a woman with nervous energy and bitten fingernails, claimed they only handled payments and basic repairs. The actual owner preferred to remain anonymous, she said, avoiding eye contact. When I pressed for details about the previous tenant, she became agitated, insisting their records were confidential. But she did let slip one detail. The previous tenant had been there for over a decade, longer than anyone else in the neighborhood, long enough to know every inch of that house, every hiding place, every secret passage. I returned home as daylight faded, my mind racing with possibilities. The crawl space felt different now, less like a discovery and more like a trap. I examined the monitors more carefully, noting how they'd been positioned for optimal viewing angles. Someone had spent considerable time planning this setup, studying my habits, learning my routines. Then I noticed something that made my blood freeze. One of the monitors displayed a live feed, not a recording. The timestamp showed the current moment. I was looking at myself, sitting in that crawl space, staring at the screen that showed me staring at the screen. An infinite loop of surveillance that suggested the system was still active, still transmitting. I grabbed my phone to call the police again, but the battery was dead. Had it been charged when I left that afternoon? I couldn't remember. My hands shook as I searched for a power cable among the tangle of surveillance equipment. A soft sound from upstairs made me freeze. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across my kitchen floor. But that was impossible. I'd locked every door, checked every window, unless someone else had keys, unless someone else knew about entrances I hadn't discovered yet. I climbed out of the crawl space as quietly as possible, my heart hammering against my ribs. The house felt foreign now, like a stranger's home I'd accidentally wandered into. Every shadow could hide a watcher, every corner could conceal another camera I hadn't found yet. The footsteps had stopped, but the silence felt worse than the sound. I grabbed a kitchen knife and began searching room by room, checking closets, looking under beds, examining spaces I'd never bothered to explore in the months I'd lived there. In the basement, behind an old water heater, I found another hidden panel. More cables, more equipment. This system was vast, comprehensive, designed by someone who understood both technology and psychology. Someone who knew that the real horror wasn't being watched, but discovering you'd been watched all along. My phone finally powered on, flooding me with missed calls and messages. Most were from unknown numbers, but one stood out. A voicemail from earlier that day, left while I was at the property management office. The voice was distorted, electronically altered, but the words were clear enough to understand. You weren't supposed to find that. Some secrets are meant to stay hidden. Stop digging, or you'll discover things you don't want to know about yourself. I played the message 3 more times, each repetition making the threat feel more personal, more immediate. The caller knew I'd found the cameras, knew I'd been investigating. They were watching me even now, monitoring my reactions, possibly planning their next move. But the strangest part wasn't the threat itself. It was the nagging feeling that I recognized something about that distorted voice, something familiar beneath the electronic disguise. A rhythm, an inflection, a way of emphasizing certain words that reminded me of someone I knew. I scrolled through the recorded footage again, looking for clues I might have missed. Hours of mundane activities, private moments I'd assumed were unobserved, but now I noticed other details. Items moved slightly between recordings, food missing from my refrigerator, books rearranged on shelves, small changes that suggested someone had been inside my home regularly, not just watching from the crawl space, but actively participating in my daily life. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just surveillance. This was intimate violation, psychological manipulation conducted by someone who had unlimited access to my private world. Someone who could enter and exit at will, leaving no trace except for the subtle rearrangement of my possessions. I called the detective again, but he didn't answer. His voicemail suggested I file a report online for non-emergency situations. A break-in without evidence of forced entry apparently didn't qualify as urgent. I was on my own with a sophisticated stalker who knew my every move before I made it. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room with every light turned on, the kitchen knife across my lap, watching the windows and doors for any sign of movement. But the real threat wasn't outside trying to get in. The real threat had already been inside, had been part of my daily routine for months, invisible and patient and always watching. The footage continued recording, adding new hours to an archive of privacy violations that stretched back further than I wanted to calculate. Somewhere in that digital evidence was the identity of my watcher, but finding it meant confronting the possibility that my stalker was someone I trusted, someone with legitimate access to my home and my life. Someone who knew me better than I knew myself, because they'd been studying me with scientific precision, while I remained completely unaware of their presence. The camera in the shower head was just the beginning. The real question wasn't who had been watching me, but what they planned to do with everything they'd learned. Crime 9, I rented it from a small agency. The inside was clean, but the trunk smelled sour. I lifted the lining and found dark stains. I thought it was just rust or old oil until I found a zipper. A hidden compartment. Inside was a knife and a bracelet made of human hair. The next day, the agency claimed I never rented from them. Their records showed no transaction, no paperwork, but the car was still in my driveway, and someone scratched, I saw, into the windshield overnight. I should have called the police immediately. Instead, I sat in my kitchen, staring at the bracelet through the plastic bag I'd wrapped it in. The strands were different colors, blonde, brown, black. Some were coarse, others fine as silk. Each strand was woven with such precision that whoever made it possessed either infinite patience or a deeply disturbed mind. The knife was worse. It wasn't some kitchen blade or camping tool. The handle was worn smooth from use, and the metal had been sharpened so many times that the original shape was barely recognizable. When I held it up to the light, I could see microscopic scratches along the edge, as if it had scraped against bone. I returned to the agency the following morning. The building looked different somehow, smaller, shabbier. The woman behind the counter was new, with nervous eyes that kept darting toward the back office. When I mentioned the rental, she insisted they had no record of my transaction. Her fingers drummed against the desk as she spoke, and I noticed a small bandage wrapped around her thumb. "Maybe you're thinking of another place," she suggested, but her voice carried the weight of someone who knew exactly what I was talking about. I pulled out my phone to show her the confirmation email, but it was gone. The entire thread had vanished from my inbox. Even my credit card statement showed no charge from the agency. It was as if the transaction had been erased from existence, leaving only the physical evidence in my possession. That afternoon, I drove through the neighborhood where I'd first spotted the agency. The building was still there, but now it housed a dry cleaner. The elderly owner spoke broken English and seemed genuinely confused when I described the rental place. He claimed his family had operated the dry cleaner for over a decade. I began photographing everything: the car, the knife, the bracelet, even the scratch on my windshield. But each picture I took appeared corrupted when I tried to view it later. The images were distorted, pixelated beyond recognition, as if something was actively preventing me from documenting what I'd found. The smell in the trunk grew stronger despite my attempts to clean it. I scrubbed with bleach, baking soda, commercial cleaners, but nothing worked. The odor seemed to seep from the metal itself, sweet and metallic like old pennies left in the rain. Sometimes I'd catch whiffs of it even when I was nowhere near the car. I decided to trace the vehicle's history through the registration documents in the glove compartment. The papers were water-damaged and partially illegible, but I could make out fragments of previous owners' names. What disturbed me was that every address listed led to vacant lots or demolished buildings. One address took me to a cemetery. The bracelet haunted my dreams. I'd wake with the sensation of hair against my skin, phantom strands clinging to my arms and neck. During one particularly vivid nightmare, I dreamed I was braiding hair while someone whispered instructions in my ear. The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I started visiting places where missing persons cases had made local news. Coffee shops with faded flyers taped to windows, community centers with bulletin boards full of faces that would never come home. I studied each photograph, comparing the hair colors to the strands in the bracelet. The matches were too numerous to be coincidental. A librarian helped me search through old newspaper archives. We found dozens of unsolved disappearances spanning several years, all involving people who'd last been seen near transportation hubs, bus stations, train terminals, airport parking lots. The pattern was subtle but undeniable once you knew what to look for. The scratch on my windshield changed. What it initially read I saw now appeared to spell something else, though the lighting and angle made it difficult to interpret. Sometimes it looked like I know, other times like I'm sorry. The glass seemed to shift and reshape itself when I wasn't looking directly at it. I began receiving calls from numbers that didn't exist when I tried to call them back. The voices were always different, sometimes male, sometimes female, often distorted by static or background noise. They never spoke for long, usually just a few words. Stop looking, or you're getting close, or simply heavy breathing followed by the dial tone. The car's radio started picking up conversations that weren't being broadcast. Late at night, I'd hear fragments of phone calls, arguments between lovers, children crying for their parents. The voices seemed to come from inside the vehicle itself, as if the metal and plastic had absorbed years of human suffering and were slowly releasing it back into the world. I found a receipt tucked behind the sun visor, a gas station purchase made 3 months before I'd rented the car. The location was remote, surrounded by farmland and abandoned structures. When I drove there, the attendant recognized the car immediately. "That thing's been through here plenty of times," he said, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. "Always different drivers, though. Strange how they all had the same nervous energy, like they were running from something." He remembered one driver in particular, a woman with shaking hands who'd paid in cash and kept checking her mirrors. She'd asked about places to dispose of large trash bags, claiming she was cleaning out her deceased grandmother's house. The attendant had found it odd that someone would drive so far from the city just to ask about garbage disposal. I returned home to find my front door slightly ajar. Nothing appeared to be missing, but everything felt different, as if someone had moved through my space and touched my belongings. The bracelet was exactly where I'd left it, but now it was arranged differently, the strands spread out like a fan across the table. The knife had been cleaned, the microscopic scratches were gone, the metal polished to a mirror finish. Whoever had been in my house possessed both the skill and tools necessary to restore the blade to its original condition. The message was clear. They knew what I'd found, and they wanted me to know they could access it whenever they chose. I called the police, but explaining the situation proved impossible without sounding delusional. How do you tell someone that you rented a car from a business that claims never to have existed, found evidence of potential crimes, but can't prove any of it because all documentation has mysteriously vanished? The detective who took my statement was polite but skeptical. He suggested I might be the victim of an elaborate prank or possibly experiencing stress-related hallucinations. When I insisted on showing him the physical evidence, we found my house empty of everything except ordinary household items. The car in my driveway was different too, newer, cleaner, with no scratches on the windshield and no smell in the trunk. But I still have the dreams. I still wake with the sensation of hair against my skin. And sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I catch glimpses of that original car in my rearview mirror, following at a distance with its headlights dimmed. The driver's face is always obscured, but their hands on the steering wheel are exactly like mine. I've stopped looking for answers because I'm no longer sure I want to find them. The truth might be that I'm the one who made that bracelet, that I'm the one who used that knife, that the scratch on the windshield was my own handwriting, and the only person I've been investigating all along is myself. The rental agency was real, the car was real, the evidence was real, but maybe the person who discovered it all, the person telling this story, isn't who they claim to be. Maybe I'm not the investigator in this case. Maybe I'm the one who should be investigated. And maybe that's why someone keeps breaking into my house. Not to steal evidence, but to leave it. Not to hide the truth, but to make sure I never forget what I've done. Story 10: Whispering Shadows. The town whispered of a house forgotten at the edge of the woods, a place shrouded in mystery and silence. Its presence was like a shadow, unnoticed yet ever present. The windows gazed out with eyes blackened by time, the porch worn down by the weight of years gone by. No one laid claim to it, no memory lingered of who had erected its weathered walls. But one fateful day, a group of wandering hikers ventured too close, drawn by an unseen force. And there, etched deep into the wooden siding, they beheld a chilling sight: names carved into the ancient wood as though etched by restless spirits. Among them, at the end of the list, a fresh name gleamed, untouched by the hands of time. A name unfamiliar to all, until a trembling voice broke the eerie silence, whispering, "That's mine." As night draped its cloak over the forest, a call pierced the darkness, a mere trespassing report on the surface. Mason Wright, the lead hiker, spoke of his name discovered on the haunted house. What began as a routine investigation soon spiraled into the realm of the inexplicable. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene, her flashlight cutting through the shadows like a beacon of truth. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the wall like a haunting melody, some barely visible, fading with the passage of time, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the letters still tinged with the scent of fresh-cut wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his breath mingling with the frosty air. "How could my name be here, a ghost of the past haunting me?" The investigation delved into the shadows of the past, uncovering a chilling connection. Each name on the wall belonged to a soul lost to the woods over decades, a harrowing tale of disappearances shrouded in mystery. The missing hikers, each one vanishing while walking alone, painted a grim picture of a malevolent force lurking in the depths of the forest. Forensic analysts meticulously documented the carvings, unraveling the stories etched into the very core of the house. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, whispered of a tragedy that had unfolded 37 winters ago, a tale of a young woman swallowed by the woods without a trace. As Detective Keller probed deeper, Mason's innocence remained steadfast. His companions' testimonies painted a picture of normalcy shattered by the unearthly carvings. Photographs revealed a spectral figure haunting the edges of reality, a presence unseen yet felt. The search of the house's interior unveiled a sinister secret hidden in the shadows of the basement, a macabre display of personal effects meticulously arranged, a grim tribute to the lost souls. Bloodstains, faded yet haunting, told a tale of unspeakable horror that had stained the very foundation of the house. With each passing day, Mason's world crumbled under the weight of unseen eyes watching, whispers echoing in the night. The hunter, Victor Blackwood, a phantom of the past, emerged from the shadows of obscurity, his twisted desires laid bare in a journal of madness. The manhunt for Blackwood echoed through the forest, a symphony of fear and desperation. Mason's disappearance only deepened the mystery, his fate entwined with the very fabric of the house's dark legacy. The walls whispered of a hunter turned prey, a chilling prophecy etched in fresh scars. In the heart of the forest, a trap was set, a net woven from the threads of the unknown. As night fell and shadows danced, the figure emerged from the darkness, a specter of dread and malice, and in a blink he vanished, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a house haunted by the sins of the past. Today the house stands silent, a sentinel of secrets and shadows. Mason and the forensic technician remain lost to the whispers of the wind, their names added to the list of the forgotten. The investigation lingers, a ghostly echo of a nightmare that refuses to fade. The names on the wall, a grim testament to a darkness that dwells in the heart of the woods, a tale that dares not be spoken, lest it claim another soul in its chilling embrace. Story 11. In the depths of the attic, nestled beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of painted blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple who had recently acquired the Victorian house at auction, brushed off the doll as just another forgotten relic of the past. Little did they know that night would mark the beginning of a chilling journey. As they retired to bed, an unsettling presence lingered in the air, weighing down the atmosphere with an unspoken heaviness. The stillness of the night seemed to stretch endlessly, wrapping around them like a shroud of mystery. And when dawn broke, the doll was no longer confined to the shadows of the attic. It now perched ominously at the foot of their bed, its gaze unyielding. Detective Rachel Winters, a beacon of logic in a realm of enigma, was summoned on a crisp autumn morning to investigate a ghastly scene within the house. The female victim lay in the master bedroom, her body contorted in a macabre pose, eyes wide with a silent scream etched upon her face. Nearby, the male victim seemed to have met his fate while attempting to flee, his expression frozen in terror. With meticulous precision, Detective Winters observed the scene, noting the deliberate arrangement of the victims reminiscent of puppets in a twisted play. The absence of forced entry or signs of struggle only deepened the enigma shrouding the tragic events that had unfolded within the walls of the house. As the investigation unfolded, a tapestry of eerie accounts emerged from the neighbors, each tale weaving a thread of unease into the fabric of the case. Whispers of shadows dancing behind windows and phantom laughter echoing through the empty house added layers of foreboding to the already perplexing puzzle. Forensic analysis uncovered traces of antique fabrics scattered throughout the house, hinting at a connection to the world of dolls and make-believe. But the absence of any tangible evidence linking a perpetrator to the crime scene only served to deepen the enigma, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. Delving into the house's dark history, Detective Winters unearthed a chilling tale of the past a dollmaker who had once dwelled within those very walls, his creations veiled in mystery and tragedy. A doll, rumored to hold a piece of his deceased daughter's soul, emerged as a focal point in the unsettling narrative that unfolded before her. As the investigation spiraled into the realm of the supernatural, whispers of arcane rituals and spectral bindings clouded the once clear waters of logic. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, leaving Detective Winters grasping at elusive truths that seemed to slip through her fingers like mist. In a final act of defiance against the unknown, Detective Winters chose to keep the doll as evidence, a tangible link to a world beyond comprehension. But as the night descended, the boundaries between the tangible and the ethereal began to warp, casting a shadow of doubt over her own perceptions. The morning light revealed an empty cabinet. The doll's porcelain gazed now a haunting memory of a truth that eluded grasp. The detective, unscathed yet bewildered, found herself adrift in a sea of uncertainty, her memories of the night shrouded in a fog of inexplicable emptiness. The house passed into new hands, its troubled past a specter haunting its halls. The attic, once a sanctuary of forgotten relics, now stood barren save for a solitary blanket, a silent witness to the mysteries that lingered within its walls. And as the years passed, whispers of the doll and its grim legacy faded into the hushed tones of folklore, a cautionary tale passed down through the corridors of time. Detective Winters, burdened by the weight of secrets untold, took her leave, carrying with her a single photograph, a remnant of a past best left undisturbed. The new owners, wise to the shadows that lurked in the attic's depths, chose to let sleeping ghosts lie, leaving the space undisturbed in a silent pact with the unknown. But on moonlit nights, a faint laughter would echo through the stillness, a reminder of a presence that refused to be forgotten. Story 12. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, whispering pipes, creaking floorboards. Yet the new tenant sensed a presence beyond the usual settling sounds. The footsteps echoed from above, steady and purposeful, though she resided on the highest floor. One fateful night, she summoned the courage to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The noise ceased. Silence blanketed the space. Then, a solitary knock reverberated from inside the very ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the building's aging structure, or perhaps a curious creature exploring the hidden recesses above. As the nocturnal footsteps persisted, she adapted, drowning them out with heightened TV volume, donning headphones to slumber, anything to mask the rhythmic footfalls traversing her ceiling in the dark. Detective Morris was drawn into the saga when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine maintenance. Removing a section of drywall to repair a leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker unveiled a narrow passage contradicting the building blueprints. Through his flashlight's beam, he revealed a makeshift dwelling, scattered food wrappers, empty bottles, a soiled blanket, and a worn notebook. Alerted, the building superintendent summoned the police. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, encountered the shaken maintenance worker who repeated, "Someone dwelled within the walls, someone observed." The notebook chronicled intricate details of Sarah Coleman's life, her routines, visitors, meals, TV preferences, bathing times. The writing, initially precise, deteriorated into chaos, with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. "The subject disregards my signals now," the final entry read. "She defies me. No one defies me." Forensic teams explored the crawl space, uncovering fingerprints unmatched in any database. They exposed a complex network of passages interwoven throughout the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades. While these passages linked to 5 different units, they culminated in discrete observation points disguised as fixtures within Sarah Coleman's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond typical apartment noises. Former inhabitants painted a different narrative. 3 past tenants of Sarah's unit recounted feeling watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One departed after a mere fortnight, all hesitant to disclose their experiences for fear of appearing paranoid. The pivotal breakthrough arrived with the discovery of minute blood spatter in one of the crawlspace alcoves. DNA analysis traced it to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who vanished without a trace 4 years prior. His family's missing persons report had led nowhere. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, neighbors recalled his grievances about noises from above, prompting a confrontation with the reclusive Edward, his upstairs neighbor at the time. Shortly afterward, Martin vanished, and Edward silently vacated the premises, leaving no forwarding details. Investigations unveiled a pattern in Edward's transient history. A recluse, he habitually sought top-floor units, made minimal connections, and disappeared without warning. A neighbor from his past residence remembered him as intense, fixating on the need for absolute silence. Property records disclosed Edward's remote land acquisition, leading investigators to a cabin lined with surveillance materials. Photographs of apartment residents, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, adorned the walls. Maps of ventilation systems, detailed journals on specimen observations, and habitat maintenance littered the space. A corkboard spotlighted missing persons reports. 6 individuals vanished without a trace, all former residents of Edward's abodes. Beneath the board, marks on the floor hinted at heavy dragging. Cadaver dogs guided investigators to disturbed earth behind the cabin, unearthing multiple human remains. As forensic experts commenced the grim task of identification, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces were sealed, whispers of occasional noises persisted among the residents. During security system installation, maintenance workers stumbled upon a second notebook concealed where the ceiling met the wall, a recent addition. The first page bore a chilling message. They discovered my old sanctuary, but not my new one. The writing mirrored the prior notebook. The final page disclosed a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, highlighting a new passage marked for that night. Officers raced to evacuate Sarah, only to find her unit deserted. Her phone rested on the counter, the TV droning on. The shower ran, steam clouding the mirror. As the mist dissipated, a message materialized, etched by a finger. Look up. The ceiling panel above the shower lay open. The manhunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker with a penchant for hidden structures, continues. Thermal scans revealed no signs of occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing, her case intertwined with disappearances across multiple states. Authorities caution apartment managers about secret modifications and concealed spaces. What lingers in Detective Morris's mind isn't the graves, journals, or photos, but the image of Sarah, haunted by phantom footsteps in an ostensibly empty apartment. The footsteps that mirrored her own knock. Sometimes, in the stillness of night, Detective Morris gazes upwards, ears primed, pondering who else might be listening in the shadows. Story 13. The hotel stood silent and forgotten, a relic of a bygone era, its faded sign barely visible in the moonlit night. Guests passed through its worn doors briefly, seeking only a moment's rest before moving on. The weary clerk handed her the key with a knowing look, his voice a mere whisper as he cautioned, "Avoid the last door on the left if you value your peace." Intrigue stirred within her as she ascended the creaking staircase later that evening, the dim hallway stretching out before her like a forgotten memory. The key felt heavy in her hand as she approached the ominous door, its surface as cold as ice under her touch. To the naked eye, it blended seamlessly with its neighbors, but a peculiar energy seemed to emanate from within. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard a faint, rhythmic breath, as if the room itself was alive with secrets. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn into the mystery, her investigative instincts sharp as she crossed the threshold marked by yellow crime scene tape. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, a chilling reminder of the violence that had transpired within. The room bore witness to a macabre scene. A young woman lay motionless on the floor, her features frozen in a silent scream, her life stolen in an instant. Surveying the room, Reed noted the stark contrasts, order and chaos coexisting in a haunting tableau. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the squalor of the surroundings, raising questions that demanded answers. The forensic technician's clinical observations hinted at a pattern, a signature that tied this tragedy to others like it, a thread of darkness weaving through the fabric of the unknown. As the investigation unfolded, Reed delved deeper into the victim's life, uncovering a tangled web of secrets and lies. Elaine Werner's connection to a mysterious man named C led Reed down a twisted path of deceit and betrayal. The shadow of Charles Emerson loomed large, his polished exterior masking a darkness that threatened to consume all in its path. Through painstaking detective work, Reed exposed Emerson's twisted game of manipulation and control. The truth unraveled like a thread, revealing a chilling pattern of obsession and violence. Emerson's facade crumbled under the weight of evidence, his carefully constructed world collapsing around him as justice finally caught up to his malevolent deeds. The courtroom drama played out like a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions, the families of the victims finding solace in the verdict that condemned Emerson to a lifetime behind bars. Reed's gaze met his in a moment of unspoken understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the darkness that dwelled within the human soul. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left case, a cautionary tale of unchecked desires and the depths to which they could lead. For Reed, the echoes of that fateful night lingered like a ghostly whisper, a reminder that some doors should never be opened, for they led only to darkness and despair. In the stillness of the evidence locker, the keys to those forbidden rooms remained, silent witnesses to the horrors that had unfolded behind them. Reed's footsteps echoed down empty hallways, each door a silent sentinel guarding its secrets, a reminder that the past can never truly be erased. And so, the night whispered its lullaby of mysteries unsolved, of doors left unopened, as sleep descended like a shroud over a world haunted by the echoes of its own darkness. Story 14. The gentle current meandered lazily that quiet morning, the surface of the water smooth as glass, reflecting the soft light of dawn. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the peculiar sight of a suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially dismissing it as a heap of discarded clothes, he felt a chill run down his spine as he approached. A noxious odor enveloped him, thick and suffocating, unmistakable in its unpleasantness. The suitcase, wrapped in chains with edges corroded by time, held secrets within its rusty confines. When the authorities pried it open, their grim discovery sent shivers through them. Instead of garments, they found strands of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the very bottom, a cryptic note that sent a shudder down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with the stench of death. The victim, a woman in her 30s named Catherine Walsh, lay still, her features distorted by the water's embrace. The medical examiner worked meticulously, capturing every detail before the body was taken away. What struck Mercer was not just the brutality of the crime, but the eerie care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, dressed in expensive attire. She wasn't just discarded here, Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the tranquil waters lapping at the muddy shore. She was arranged, deliberately showcased. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her high-end deals, lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Divorced, childless, she was meticulous and driven, her colleagues revealed during the investigation. Her disappearance was reported by her assistant, who insisted she would never miss such a crucial appointment, one that could have been her most significant commission yet. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously kept modern home, they found everything in its place, almost unnaturally perfect. The anomaly lay in her home office, where a slightly open drawer revealed a leather-bound journal. The last entry sent chills down their spines. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Diving into Walsh's digital footprint, they unearthed a trail of unsettling emails from unknown senders, all bearing the same eerie message: I see your perfection. Each message sent at precise intervals, hinting at a meticulous observer. Her online searches for security systems and self-defense tools added another layer to the chilling narrative taking shape. Detective Mercer pieced together the puzzle, linking the killer's meticulous nature to the crime scene's peculiar presentation. This was no crime of passion, she confided to her partner. This was a meticulously executed ritual. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner identified Walsh's missing emerald necklace, leading them to Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his work cart, sometimes without. A search of his apartment uncovered a chilling collection of photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. In a hidden compartment, a shrine to his victims laid bare his twisted obsession, personal items meticulously arranged, journals detailing their lives, a twisted attempt to perfect their perceived flaws. Linden's arrest brought him face to face with the chilling reality of his crimes. In a cold interrogation room, his calm demeanor belied the darkness within. They were flawed, he stated flatly. They pretended at perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine's imperfections haunted me. The search for the other victims mentioned in his note led to the recovery of 2 more suitcases, each bearing the remains of women who shared Walsh's fate. Linden's trial unveiled the depths of his depravity. His meticulous stalking and calculated killings laid bare for all to see. As the families of the victims looked on in silence, justice was served a life sentence without parole for the man who sought to erase perceived imperfections with his twisted acts. For Detective Mercer, the case closed officially, but the shadows of unanswered questions lingered. What drove Linden to fixate on these particular women? What shadows from his past were he trying to bury beneath his facade of perfection? The river continued its gentle journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the horrors that had transpired. But in the quiet of the precinct on Mercer's desk lay the chilling reminders of the darkness that dwells in seemingly ordinary lives. Behind closed doors, beneath polished exteriors, lurks a darkness waiting to be exposed, a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones hiding in plain sight, biding their time, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself. Story 15. Renovations always lead to uncovering peculiar things. Old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. Yet when the couple lifted the floorboards, they stumbled upon a letter neatly tucked beneath the wood, a hidden relic waiting to be found. The paper was fragile, the ink worn, but the words remained stark. Don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could react, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael had been drawn to the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, captivated by its intricate details and storied past. Never did they anticipate that their renovation project would unearth such a disquieting revelation. Detective Alina Reed arrived on the scene with her partner, the exposed floorboards revealing a dark void underneath. Her seasoned hands, etched with the marks of time and investigation, delicately retrieved the note, already tainted by the touch of the couple. Reed observed their expressions as they recounted the chilling sound of the knocks. Their fear appeared genuine. Background checks unveiled nothing amiss about Sarah and Michael, newlyweds with solid credit and stable careers. However, the house held a more intricate history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for generations, it had stood empty for 2 years following the passing of the final resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived in solitude. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive yet amiable, with no known enemies and no suspicious circumstances surrounding her death deemed natural by the coroner. Still, an unsettling aura lingered. Forensic examination dated the note back some 20 years. The script bore traces of distress, hinting at fear or urgency. At that time, Margaret would have been in her 60s, residing with her husband, Franklin, who had departed 5 years prior. Reed delved deeper into her investigation, scouring county records and interviewing acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin, a respected retired teacher with a penchant for woodworking, had left behind several of his crafted pieces in the house. A former student recalled Franklin's kindness tinged with turmoil during his final teaching years. He grew paranoid, the student reminisced, spoke of someone watching him. We thought it was early dementia. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's conversation with Margaret's sister, now residing in a nursing home. Though her memory faltered, certain details stood out vividly. Margaret feared him toward the end, she murmured. Not Franklin, no, the man who knocked, the collector. Reed leaned in curious. The collector. Franklin was in debt, gambling debts. The man would knock 3 times, always 3. Margaret wanted to sell the house to settle the debt, but Franklin refused. Returning to the house with a forensic team, Reed oversaw the meticulous search of the crawlspace after more floorboards were removed. The cadaver dogs led them to a chilling discovery beneath the foundation. Wrapped in plastic lay a male skeleton with multiple fractures to the skull. Dental records confirmed it was not Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered as he wished. This was someone else, someone never reported missing. Further excavation unearthed a wallet encased in plastic, containing an ID belonging to Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and gambling enforcer who had vanished 2 decades ago without a trace. The puzzle pieces fell into place through forensic evidence and Margaret's hidden diaries found in the attic. Franklin's mounting gambling debts had pushed him to a breaking point when Mercer threatened Margaret. Workshop tools turned deadly, the crawlspace transformed into a tomb, and the note evolved into a cautionary tale. Margaret had aided in the cover-up, not out of malice, but from fear and loyalty. Her diaries divulged the anguish she endured thereafter. I hear the knocks, even in solitude, 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin dismisses it as my imagination. After Franklin's passing from a heart attack, Margaret dwelled alone in the house, never remarrying, never relocating, guarding the secret beneath her feet. Her journal entries spiraled into paranoia. The knocking persists. I fear we are discovered. The case concluded officially. Victor Mercer's remains were returned to his remaining kin. Justice, delayed and cold, found its resolution. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to bear its haunted legacy. It now sits vacant, the renovations halted. Local whispers suggest that on moonless nights, 3 distinct knocks resound through the empty corridors. Whether mere echoes of aged wood or something more sinister remains a mystery. The note remains in storage, its warning lingering. Don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never clarified if she meant Mercer, Franklin, or another, one who may have unearthed their dark secret to torment her in her final days. Some enigmas, as Detective Reed noted in her final assessment, elude complete unraveling, even when we believe we grasp the truth. Story 16. In the beginning there was a flicker, a mere glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother, Rebecca, brushed it off as interference, a blip in the digital world. But then the crackling audio pierced through the silence, and a hushed voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she dashed to her son's room, only to find an empty crib, a closed window, and a locked door. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its eerie black eyes gazing up at her, seemingly knowing something she didn't. Panic set in as Rebecca's screams echoed through the night, drawing concerned neighbors and swift emergency responders to her side. Clutching the rabbit tightly, she rocked back and forth on the nursery floor, lost in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. Her baby boy, Samuel, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that swallowed her whole. The investigation unfolded with more questions than answers. No signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered, just the haunting memory of that whispered command in the dead of night. Suspicion clouded the air, lingering over Rebecca like a dark shroud. Her husband, Daniel, returned from his business trip to a home torn apart by fear and uncertainty. Whispers of postpartum depression, marital strain, and hidden secrets swirled around the once peaceful household. Clues began to surface, subtle threads weaving a tapestry of deception and betrayal. Microscopic fibers on the windowsill hinted at an intruder's stealthy entry, a shadow moving in the night like a ghost. The community held its breath as the truth slowly unraveled. Daniel's hands bore the marks of a climber, his hobbies revealing hidden depths of deceit. A second family, secret calls, and a web of lies spun with deadly precision. The baby monitor, once a guardian in the night, became a pawn in a twisted game of manipulation. Hacked, tampered with, its innocent signals twisted into tools of malevolence. The digital trail led to a basement where a lost soul named Elaine cradled Samuel in her arms, a phantom of the past seeking solace in a stolen child. The courtroom hushed as revelations surfaced, exposing a conspiracy that defied belief. Daniel's cough, a damning echo in the dark, sealed their fates as the jury rendered its verdict. Guilty. The sound of gavels falling echoed through the chamber, marking the end of a nightmare and the beginning of a new dawn for Rebecca and Samuel. They retreated from the chaos, seeking solace in a world free from shadows and whispers. The baby monitor, now silent and still, held the truth within its circuits, a silent witness to the darkness that once prowled unseen. As time passed, Samuel grew, oblivious to the secrets that had shaped his infancy. Rebecca, haunted by memories she dared not confront, kept the stuffed rabbit hidden away, a reminder of a night she wished to forget. The glassy eyes stared out from the darkness of her closet, a silent sentinel guarding a truth too painful to bear. The monitor's whispers lingered in the air, a spectral reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their truths buried in the static of memory. Story 17. She always avoided the attic, finding it unsettling, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to face her fears. As she climbed the creaky stairs, a musty smell greeted her, and the attic revealed itself to be a forgotten realm, draped in layers of dust and cobwebs. Amid the shadows in the farthest corner sat an old dollhouse, its eerie details catching her eye. Tiny furniture meticulously arranged as if frozen in time. But when she peered closer, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures inside were not dolls, but intricately hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure placed exactly where they sat downstairs, except for one unsettling detail. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the tiny wooden figure's presence. The chill that ran through her was not just from the cold draft seeping through the rafters. The dollhouse's presence puzzled her. This wasn't her childhood home. It was a new rental property her family had recently moved into. Disturbed and unnerved, Rebecca wasted no time calling the authorities, her voice trembling with urgency. Law enforcement arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled together in the living room, refusing to venture back upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their fears as a possible prank or the product of an overactive imagination trying to acclimate to an unfamiliar house. But as Detective Harmon delved deeper, she couldn't ignore the intricate details of the dollhouse. Each miniature figurine captured a distinct trait of the family members: the father's thinning hair, the son's favorite hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. It was as if someone had been observing them closely, too closely. Forensic teams made a chilling discovery: fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. The horror intensified when they found microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of the miniatures, all linked to a sophisticated recording system beneath the dollhouse. The investigation took a sinister turn as the movements of the Morgan family were scrutinized. The positions of the figures mirrored not just one evening but various days, indicating a meticulous observer who had been watching them for a long time, learning their routines and habits. It wasn't just stalking, Detective Harmon revealed. This was a level of obsession rarely encountered in criminal psychology. A concealed basement entrance behind a false pantry wall revealed the presence of an intruder who had been living beneath the family. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag painted a grim picture of someone who had been silently residing there for weeks. The absence of forced entry raised more questions. Further investigation unearthed a digital trail leading to a small apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with pictures of the Morgan family and past occupants of the house, alongside meticulous journal entries detailing their daily lives. The most chilling find was a workshop filled with half-finished dollhouses representing different homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. Financial records hinted at mounting debts after his parents' deaths, leading him to create this elaborate surveillance system to maintain control over the house. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his twisted motivations. "They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' room. I needed to ensure they respected it," he said calmly. The psychological evaluation painted a picture of possessive delusion, a desperate attempt to cling to a lost home. The Morgans never returned to that house, haunted by the realization that they had been unwittingly observed and manipulated. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, and illegal surveillance, shining a light on the need for stricter real estate disclosure laws. Rebecca's lingering fear manifested in newfound habits, checking every nook and cranny of their new home for hidden eyes. The dollhouses were banished, but the unease remained. "Some nights I still feel a gaze upon me," she confessed. "I wonder if somewhere out there, a tiny version of me is being moved around in a dollhouse, waiting to be discovered." Story 18. The ancient library faced destruction, its fate sealed by the hands of progress. The laborers toiled diligently, their efforts nearing completion when a peculiar incident unfolded. Amidst the chaos of dismantling, a worker stumbled upon a concealed latch nestled within the depths of a weathered bookshelf. With a soft click, the hidden mechanism yielded, unveiling a secret passage shrouded in darkness. The musty air within hung heavy, a silent witness to the passage of time. Within the hidden chamber, devoid of furnishings save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor, a haunting message marred the walls: "I am still here." The foreman, sensing unease, swiftly contacted the authorities. What commenced as a routine demolition swiftly spiraled into the realm of the enigmatic and unsettling. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned veteran of 2 decades in law enforcement, stood at the threshold of the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the shadows, casting an eerie glow upon the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice reverberating in the confined space. "Let no one disturb a thing until the forensics team arrives." The library's history whispered tales of intrigue and tragedy. Once owned by the prestigious Harrington family, the establishment had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. The young woman had vanished without a trace during her final year of college, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Despite extensive searches and fruitless interviews, the truth of her fate remained veiled in uncertainty. The prevailing notion of her voluntary departure clashed with her family's unwavering belief in a darker, more sinister narrative. As the forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, a chilling revelation surfaced. Hair and fibers entwined within the chair, while the wall's scars bore traces of blood and skin cells, faint yet telling. Initial analyses hinted at a female presence. "This chair was designed for confinement," the analyst remarked, gesturing towards the worn leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant fought against their restraints with fervor. Detective Walsh delved into the labyrinth of the Harrington family's past, his intuition pricked by the timing of the library's donation. The threads of coincidence wove a tapestry of suspicion as he unearthed unsettling truths. The very bookshelf concealing the hidden room bore the mark of a contractor exclusively employed by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records unraveled a tale of extravagant payments to this enigmatic figure, far surpassing conventional renovation costs. Former staff members interviewed in the wake of the discovery expressed shock and ignorance regarding the hidden room. Yet a solitary librarian recalled Maxwell's peculiar affinity for that secluded section, where he sought solace in the solace of ancient tomes. Maxwell insisted that corner remain untouched, she shared with investigators. He claimed the woodwork held historical significance beyond measure. The shadows of suspicion deepened with the confirmation that the biological remnants in the hidden chamber matched Rebecca's DNA, gleaned from a relic of her past found within her old bedroom. The narrative crystallized Rebecca had not fled, but had been ensnared behind the veneer of the bookshelf, potentially by a kin's hand. Armed with a warrant, the detectives descended upon the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's sanctum, a clandestine journal lay concealed within a false recess. Its ink-stained pages bore witness to an insidious obsession, culminating in a damning revelation. She posed a threat to all I held dear, Maxwell confessed, his voice devoid of remorse. Rebecca unearthed my misdeeds, my embezzlement of the family's fortune. I could not allow her to tarnish our name. Maxwell's admission unfurled a tale of horror and betrayal. He had lured Rebecca to her captivity, a twisted bid to silence her dissent, but fate, relentless in its design, had intervened. In a fatal struggle, he had extinguished her light, entombing her beneath the very floor that bore witness to her suffering. Beneath the veil of secrecy, justice awaited its reckoning. Human remains, clad in a silver bracelet emblematic of a life extinguished too soon, were unearthed from the hidden chamber. The Harrington family, shadows of their former selves, bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing a measure of closure amidst the shroud of grief. The library, once slated for oblivion, now stood as a mausoleum of memories. Mourners paid their respects at its threshold, honoring a life lost to shadows and a truth long concealed. In the silence of the chamber, where echoes of the past lingered, Rebecca's final testament, "I am still here," resonated in the hearts of those who sought justice, a poignant reminder that even in darkness, the light of truth will prevail. Story 19. In the quiet stillness of the night, she carefully wiped away the mist on the mirror, her gaze meeting the reflection that stared back at her. Everything seemed in its right place, her features familiar, her attire unchanged. Yet an unsettling feeling crept over her, growing with each passing moment. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that defied her own. Turning away, she found her reflection unmoving, watching her with an eerie stillness. Thus began the mysterious tale of Rebecca Thorne, set against the backdrop of a serene suburban neighborhood where she resided in a modest apartment, solitary in her routines. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, Rebecca led a life of precision as a data analyst, her days unfolding with structured regularity. No one could have foreseen that she would become entangled in a bewildering enigma that would captivate investigators and haunt the community for years to come. It all commenced with subtle disturbances within Rebecca's living space. Trivial at first, objects shifted slightly out of place, a coffee mug relocated, books rearranged, her toothbrush inexplicably moved. These anomalies, initially dismissed as mere lapses of memory induced by long hours of analytical work, gradually morphed into a disquieting pattern that gnawed at Rebecca's sense of security. When she finally reached out to Detective Marion Shaw after enduring weeks of these inexplicable occurrences, the initial response was one of skepticism. The absence of tangible evidence led to the conclusion that perhaps this was a matter best suited for mental health services rather than police intervention. However, the pivotal moment arrived with the bathroom mirror incident, where Rebecca recounted a chilling encounter with her own reflection, seemingly detached and observant in a way that defied logic. The revelation of security footage capturing an identical figure of Rebecca entering her apartment while she was proven to be elsewhere marked a turning point in the investigation. The enigmatic presence of a doppelganger, meticulously mirroring Rebecca's actions and appearance, sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers, prompting a deepening scrutiny into the inexplicable phenomenon that had gripped Rebecca's life. As the inquiry delved deeper, a former colleague, Lily Winters, emerged as a person of interest, having exhibited erratic behavior and an unsettling fixation on Rebecca. A search of Lily's residence unveiled a chilling replica of Rebecca's existence, a shrine-like homage adorned with photographs, wardrobe duplicates, and detailed notes meticulously documenting Rebecca's every nuance. The eerie discovery hinted at a disturbing obsession that transcended mere imitation, delving into a realm where identity blurred and boundaries dissolved. Lily's disappearance following the revelation of her macabre, facsimile existence left a lingering unease, casting a shadow of uncertainty over Rebecca's newfound reality. The narrative took a disquieting twist when reports surfaced of Rebecca's phantom presence at her former workplace, signaling Lily's audacious usurpation of her identity. With Rebecca forced into seclusion under protective custody, the haunting specter of a life stolen loomed large, leaving a chilling legacy of duplicity and deceit. To this day, the case of Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters remains an enigma, a testament to the fragility of identity and the chilling prospect of one's existence being usurped by a shadow self. Detective Shaw, haunted by the echoes of the dual personas that once intertwined, preserves a photograph capturing the striking resemblance between the two women, a visual reminder of a mystery that eludes closure. A tale where reality and illusion converge in a cryptic dance of shadows and reflections. Story 20, the apartment lay silent, untouched by life for what felt like an eternity. The new occupants, stepping cautiously into the space, held no expectations beyond a layer of dust and perhaps a few abandoned relics. However, one door stood obstinately closed, its secrets hidden behind a stubborn lock. It was a closet concealing mysteries locked away within its confines. When the landlord finally coerced the door open, the tenants braced themselves for the mundane, a collection of old garments, perhaps some forgotten belongings. Instead, they were met with a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, jagged lines of desperation clawed into the wooden surface. And in the shadowy corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its battery faded into obscurity, except for one unread message that lingered on the screen like a ghostly echo. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the macabre, had traversed through many harrowing scenes in her career. Yet the scene before her now stirred a different kind of unease within her. It wasn't the sight of blood or overt violence that unnerved her, but the silent screams etched into the walls by unseen hands' testimony to a struggle for survival in that cramped space. Summon forensics immediately, she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who was diligently capturing the haunting imprints with his camera. and gather all records of the previous tenants. The message on the forgotten phone screen bore a simple yet chilling declaration. I know what you did. The landlord, a jittery figure with perpetually moist palms, spoke of the previous tenant in hushed tones, recounting her abrupt departure without a trace, leaving unpaid rent in her wake. A young woman kept to herself, vanished about 6 months back, he muttered, his gaze skirting nervously away from the closet. Never caused a ruckus. The forensic analysis uncovered a tapestry of DNA embedded in the scratches on the walls. Most samples aligned with a singular individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported absent by her workplace when she vanished into the void. However, 2 distinct DNA markers emerged from the forensic tapestry. One remained an enigma within the system, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 long years. This defies all logic, Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a convicted assailant who had met his end in a tragic car accident, now left his genetic imprint on the closet walls. Emma's apartment whispered a tale of a life abruptly halted. Unopened mail languished, a forgotten mug sat stained in the sink, and the bed remained meticulously arranged, a stark contrast to the chaos that had unfolded within those walls. Phone records unveiled a pattern of communication abruptly severed, regular calls to her sister dwindling into silence, punctuated by a flurry of interactions with an unidentified number preceding her disappearance. Emma hinted at a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. She described him as intense, a man of secrecy. Surveillance footage captured a pivotal moment, a night where Emma entered her sanctuary, trailed closely by a shadowy figure in a baseball cap, his features meticulously concealed from prying eyes. The puzzle pieces began to align when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer graced the inner doorknob of the closet. He staged his demise, Shaw deduced. But why and what binds him to Emma's fate? The unclaimed DNA sample wove a thread to another unsolved mystery, the disappearance of Lynette Porter, who had vanished without a trace 3 years prior. Her ethereal presence lingered in the memories of neighbors who recalled her frequent visits to Emma's abode. Shaw connected the dots as she delved into the labyrinth of traffic camera footage, tracing a haunting trail back to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family. Behind the veil of heavy cellar doors, they unearthed Lynette Porter alive yet withered, ensnared in a web mirroring Emma's captivity. He forced me to witness, Lynette murmured, her gaze vacant, haunted by the shadows of her past. He sought to teach me the fate of those who dared to flee. The evidence piled up, diaries chronicling Mercer's fixation on dominance, photographs capturing the essence of Emma and Lynette, and damning footage of Mercer callously ushering Emma into her cage. She believed she could expose me, his voice echoed in the recording. Reveal our truths, no one betrays my secrets. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a chilling pursuit fueled by the realization that his thirst for domination transcended mere mortality. As authorities scoured the land, forensic psychologists unraveled a chilling profile of Mercer, a man driven not by mere bloodlust, but by a perverse desire to witness souls wither in the suffocating embrace of confinement. When Mercer was finally apprehended at a bus depot, clutching a new identity and a ticket to an unknown shore, the contents of his backpack laid bare his sinister intent: a coil of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a faded newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing act. During the interrogation, Mercer exuded a disconcerting calmness, a veneer of tranquility that belied the darkness festering within. Emma penned that message herself, he divulged, his gaze unwavering. She yearned for discovery, but she was unworthy of salvation. The trial unfurled the elaborate tapestry of deceit woven by Mercer, a meticulous charade of feigned demise, as he prowled the shadows under an assumed identity, ensnaring women who echoed the visage of his initial prey. Emma's remains eluded discovery, her essence entwined in the very fibers of the closet where she had met her tragic demise, clawing futilely at walls that held no solace. The jury's deliberation lasted a mere 4 hours before pronouncing Mercer guilty on all counts. As the judge intoned a life sentence bereft of redemption, a fleeting smile graced Mercer's lips, a cryptic expression that whispered of a private satisfaction known only to him. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter's voice rang clear in the courtroom. He ensnared us within confined spaces, for his mind dwells in shadows. Yet as he languishes in confinement, I shall bask in the light. The case reshaped the landscape of missing persons inquiries, honing the focus on relational intricacies and the scrutiny of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the door from Emma's sanctuary, an emblem of the unseen horrors that lurk beyond the veneer of normalcy, a poignant reminder that sometimes the most harrowing narratives aren't painted in crimson hues, but in the whispered pleas of souls fighting to endure. Story 21. The young couple who had just moved into the old Victorian manor found the crackling of the intercom system late at night to be an intriguing quirk. It was a relic of the past, rewired but forgotten in the dusty corners of the house. One night, curiosity got the best of the husband, and he pressed the button, causing a whisper to crackle through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he stepped back, hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, denied ever uttering those words. The manor, nestled among ancient oak trees, exuded an aura of mystery, with its weathered exterior masking the modern renovations within. Daniel and Meredith Parker had been drawn to the property by its history and charm, purchasing it at a surprisingly low price despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in, but there was an unspoken depth to the situation hinted at in the dispatcher's voice. As Daniel welcomed her at the door, his pallor hinted at deeper troubles lurking within. He led Detective Reeves through the grand foyer, recounting how the strange occurrences had begun with the intercom static, whispers, then coherent sentences that both he and his wife had heard. In the living room, Meredith sat tense on an antique sofa, her grip tight on a mug of untouched tea. Without preamble, she revealed that they had discovered something hidden behind a wall while renovating the kitchen pantry. Daniel had uncovered a small, deteriorating journal wrapped in plastic, belonging to a woman named Eleanor, the previous owner of the manor. Her elegant yet frantic handwriting detailed her fear of her husband Vincent and suspicions of his malevolent intentions. The final entry, 30 years old, marked the sudden silence of Eleanor's voice. The trail led to Vincent and Eleanor Blackwood, the former owners of the house. Records showed Vincent had sold the property after Eleanor's disappearance, with no trace of her whereabouts or activities post-journal entry. Further investigation unveiled anomalies beneath the garden shed's foundation, leading to the discovery of a woman's skeleton bearing signs of violence. A wedding band inscribed with "To Eleanor, my eternal love," confirmed the identity of the victim. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, confessed to the murder with a chilling calmness, revealing his elaborate scheme to deceive everyone about Eleanor's fate. Vincent's confession painted a picture of a man driven to silence his wife's constant presence through the intercom, fabricating a narrative of her departure to maintain his facade. The trial swiftly ended with his guilty plea, the judge acknowledging the meticulous planning and decades of deceit. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, sold the property after a somber memorial for a leaner in the restored garden. As the house changed hands, the intercom system was removed, its whispers fading into memory. Workers renovating the house reported hearing static and whispers, dismissing them as mere background noise. Detective Reeves revisited the case file, pondering the house's role in unraveling the truth. The justice system caught up with Vincent Blackwood only because a leaner's voice refused to stay silent, ensuring justice prevailed. The house that answered back became a local legend, a tale of a house that whispered its secrets to those who listened. Detective Reeves, passing by the manor on her way home, would slow down, the window cracked open, hoping to catch a whisper from the past carried on the breeze. Story 22. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, a relic left behind by the previous inhabitants of the house. Among its contents were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and celebration, birthdays, family gatherings, and laughter frozen in time. Each photograph whispered tales of normalcy and innocence until her fingers brushed against the last image. In that final Polaroid, her living room unfolded before her eyes, familiar yet eerily different. The family depicted on the couch, the woman with honey blonde hair, the man with thick glasses, and their two children, smiled serenely at the camera, oblivious to the lurking presence in the shadows behind them. A man, barely discernible in the dim light, stood in the hallway, watching them with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. Rebecca descended the creaking wooden stairs, the weight of the house pressing down on her, suffocating her newfound solitude. Placing the photograph on the sterile kitchen counter under the harsh fluorescent light, she couldn't deny the uncanny resemblance between the setting in the picture and her own home. The archway, the crown molding, the bay window all mirrored her reality, yet the family in the photo remained strangers, frozen in a moment of happiness while danger lurked just beyond their awareness. Detective Morgan arrived, a weathered leather jacket draped over his shoulders, concealing the stories of countless crime scenes. His penetrating gaze swept over the photograph with meticulous precision, his gloved finger tracing the edges of the Polaroid as if seeking hidden truths. "What do you know of the previous owners, the Nelsons?" His voice rumbled, betraying no emotion. Rebecca confessed her lack of knowledge, explaining how the sale had been conducted through a realtor, the Nelsons having already relocated. The investigation unfolded quietly, revealing a pattern of transient occupants within the house's history. The Nelsons had acquired the property from the Crawfords, who in turn had succeeded the Mornos. A former mail carrier identified the family in the photo as the Sutherlands, a family that had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind no trace of their existence. Forensic analysis dated the photograph to 15 years earlier, unveiling subtle clues that hinted at a staged composition. Enhanced imaging unearthed details of the shadowy figure in the hallway, a tall male presence cloaked in darkness, watching with intent. As Detective Morgan delved deeper, a chilling pattern emerged. Families had come and gone, each residing in the house for precisely 1 year before disappearing without a trace. Rebecca's 4 months in the house echoed a sinister timeline that had repeated itself for years. The investigation led to the house's origins, linking it to a renowned architect and a mysterious project manager named Samuel Whitfield. Despite reports of Whitfield's demise in a construction accident, a startling resemblance between his aged image and the figure in the photograph emerged, casting doubt on his supposed fate. The basement concealed the chilling truth, a macabre collection of perfectly preserved bodies, each belonging to a missing family, including the Sutherlands. As the house transformed into a crime scene, a hidden crawl space in the attic unveiled a haunting revelation: a cot, photography equipment, and a journal documenting the families with meticulous detail. The final entry, dated just days prior, hinted at a looming threat. The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline. Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel under police protection, but the night brought no respite. A phone call shattered the silence, punctuated only by the sound of breathing and the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera capturing an unseen moment. The mystery persisted, the house looming dark and empty, its secrets veiled in shadows. Samuel Whitfield's whereabouts remained unknown, his legacy haunting those who dared to uncover the truth. Today, the house stands as a silent sentinel, a beacon of unsolved mysteries and whispered tales. Some believe Whitfield perished long ago, while others speculate on his elusive existence in a new identity, a new abode. In the darkness, photographs develop, capturing new families, new homes, and new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph find themselves under the watchful gaze of an unseen presence, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Story 23. In the hushed darkness of the night, a pocket dial echoed through the stillness, an accidental transmission of static and muffled sounds that almost went unnoticed by the weary operator. But then a voice pierced through the interference, a woman's voice filled with urgency and fear. He's here. And then a sudden, eerie silence descended, swallowing the words whole. The mysterious call originated from an empty house, a relic of the past left deserted for years, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and neglect. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn into the enigma, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic message that lingered in the air like a ghostly whisper. The abandoned property was once home to the Sullivan family, who had fled following a devastating fire that ravaged the west wing of the house. No one had set foot in the desolate dwelling since then, or so the caretaker claimed during his sporadic visits. Yet the phone on the kitchen counter told a different tale, its screen aglow with the remnants of a recent call, a call that defied all logic and reason. As Detective Reed replayed the cryptic message for the umpteenth time, the woman's desperate plea reverberated in her mind, a haunting melody of sorrow and disbelief. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together: the phone's inexplicable appearance, the absence of any tangible evidence, the unsettling familiarity of the voice on the recording. A background check on the number led to a dead end, or rather, to a deceased end. The phone belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter of the former residents who had met a tragic end in a car accident 3 years prior. How could her phone be calling from a place frozen in time, a place where no living soul had tread? The forensic team scoured the empty house for clues, but the walls held their secrets close, divulging nothing but whispers of the past. Fingerprints eluded their grasp, footprints vanished into thin air, and the truth remained tantalizingly out of reach. The heart of the investigation beat steadily, fueled by those 11 fleeting seconds of static and breath, a spectral echo of a life cut short. Voice analysis confirmed the chilling truth: the voice on the call belonged to Catherine Sullivan, with a certainty that sent shivers down Detective Reed's spine. Interviews with Catherine's loved ones unearthed buried secrets, hidden beneath layers of grief and denial. Her father, her mother, her former boyfriend all held fragments of the truth, shards of a shattered reality that threatened to consume them all. And then a breakthrough: a journal discovered among Catherine's belongings, a chronicle of love turned to fear, of trust betrayed and innocence lost. The final entry painted a grim picture of desperation and impending doom, a stark revelation of a life in peril. Confronted with the damning evidence, Catherine's former boyfriend, Mark Jennings, faltered under the weight of scrutiny. His alibi crumbled, his facade cracked, revealing the darkness that lurked beneath his polished exterior. As the investigation delved deeper, the shadows of the past began to unravel, exposing a web of deceit and manipulation woven by a cunning predator. The buried phone, the deleted texts, the chilling truth of Catherine's final moments all pointed to a sinister truth that lay hidden in plain sight. And then a reckoning, a confession, a revelation, a moment of clarity that shattered the fragile facade of innocence. Mark's twisted game of deception had come to an end, his crimes laid bare for all to see. In the silence of the courtroom, justice found its voice, echoing the words of a woman long gone but never forgotten. Catherine's spirit lingered in the air, a silent witness to the triumph of truth over lies, of light over darkness. And as the echoes of the past faded into the night, the phone from the abandoned house remained silent, its secrets locked away. A silent sentinel to a tale of loss and redemption, of voices silenced but never forgotten. Story 24. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded borders, a relic of bygone birthdays and forgotten smiles. Among the familiar faces and dancing candle flames, there lingered a presence unnoticed, a shadowy figure standing just beyond the light's reach. This mysterious man, unknown to the family, haunted the background of every snapshot, drawing closer with each passing photo. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the chilling collection while sifting through her late mother's attic, a box marked simply Memories, revealing a hidden trove of captured happiness. But what should have brought solace quickly turned sinister as Sarah uncovered the enigmatic figure's progression through the images. From a distant silhouette by the glass door to a looming presence behind her uncle, he seemed to move with intent, unseen by those he shadowed. Alarmed, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the mystery that unfolded in the photographs. His initial disbelief turned to unease as he too failed to recognize the stranger lurking in the background of their cherished memories. Detective Marcus Reed, a weathered investigator with a keen eye, took on the case, studying the eerie progression of the figure with a mix of curiosity and concern. As Sarah laid out the evidence before the detective, the rain's gentle patter against the windows provided a soothing backdrop to their unsettling discovery. The shadowy man's subtle advancement through the photos painted a haunting picture, raising questions of who he was and why he remained hidden in plain sight. Despite thorough investigations and inquiries, no one could place the mysterious figure among the familiar faces frozen in time. But the truth began to unravel with the aid of modern technology, as enhanced images revealed telling details that linked the enigmatic presence to a dark past. Dental records led to the identification of Robert Keller, a long-lost maintenance worker tied to unsolved child abduction cases from years past. His connection to the vacation property, where Sarah's childhood celebrations took place, hinted at a sinister presence that had long evaded detection. Further searches unearthed grim evidence buried beneath Keller's former home, tying him to the disappearances that had haunted families for decades. The revelation of lost children and shattered lives cast a somber shadow over Sarah's once cherished memories, as the figure in the photos transformed from a silent observer to a malevolent force that had preyed on innocence. With closure came a heavy realization for Sarah as she sat alone, contemplating the horrors that had lurked behind the facade of joyful gatherings. The figure in the photos, once a mere background detail, now symbolized the darkness that had tainted her past. Yet in exposing the hidden truths, justice was served, and the shadowy specter met its reckoning, finally brought to light after years of lurking in the shadows. As Sarah gathered the damning evidence back into the box, she understood the chilling lesson learned from the haunting photographs. Some dangers, though unseen, leave indelible marks on the tapestry of our lives, moving through celebrations unnoticed but leaving a lasting imprint on the fabric of time. And in confronting the shadows of the past, she found a measure of closure amidst the unsettling truths that had surfaced from the depths of forgotten memories. Story 25. She entered the front door, a gentle dance of dust swirling in the stagnant air. The abandoned house exhaled a sigh of forgotten memories, its walls shedding layers of time, its furniture sleeping under ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like tiptoeing through a suspended moment, frozen in a delicate balance except for the doors. Every door beckoned her, promising a different path, yet each one led her back to the familiar parlor, a room trapped in a loop of déjà vu. No matter where she wandered, no matter which handle she dared to turn, she always found herself back in the same spot. The only escape was the entrance she came through, but when she glanced back, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form turned the once abandoned Victorian into a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing forensic experts drift through the dim silence like phantoms. The house had earned a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun in confusion, where whispers of unseen eyes lingered in the shadows. Now, beneath its decaying facade, lay secrets darker than the whispered tales of the townsfolk. The initial findings suggest she passed around 3 days ago, murmured the medical examiner, his words barely a whisper in the heavy stillness. Asphyxiation appears to be the cause of death. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, her hands folded with grace in her lap. No signs of struggle, no scars of battle. The scene exuded a quiet unease that even seasoned investigators found unsettling. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, her gaze scanning the notes before her. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. They entered, glimpsed her figure, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained a vacant relic since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years ago. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of abandonment, unwanted, unsold, a fading memory only kept alive by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural mysteries for her thesis. Her friends painted a portrait of a meticulous, driven soul, captivated by spaces that defied the norms of design. The allure of the abandoned Victorian, notorious for disorienting its visitors, would have been an irresistible siren's call to her. Her roommate filed a missing person report 2 days prior, Lind noted. Morgan had mentioned visiting the house where wanderers stray for her research. The investigation unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Entries in her journal chronicled peculiar echoes, unexpected chills, and doors that toyed with her, revealing different chambers with each twist of the knob. In her final words, she spoke of bringing specialized tools to capture what she cryptically referred to as spatial anomalies. Yet those tools remained elusive. The autopsy uncovered a puzzling detail: minute traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant linked to ancient shamanic rituals. The substance was known to induce disorientation and vivid visions, yet not in quantities fatal. She was no recreational user, her lover maintained during interrogation. Morgan was meticulous in her methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her senses willingly. Digital sleuthing unveiled fragments of deleted conversations on Morgan's phone. dialogues with a kindred spirit sharing her fascination with the house, someone claiming to grasp its enigmatic essence. The exchanges grew intimate and enigmatic. The house retains its memories, one message whispered. It yearns for understanding. The investigation's path led to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian entwined in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in enigmatic spatial phenomena had captivated her, evolving their professional alliance into a personal bond. When questioned, Reeves wore his grief openly. "The house holds a legacy," he disclosed. The original architect wove illusions and mirages into its structure. He engineered it to bewilder and beguile. Morgan sensed a deeper truth within beyond mere illusions of design. Yet Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the time of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage depicted him lecturing at a distant university symposium during the estimated hour of her demise. The breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, the grandson of a leaner Blackwood, now dwelling in foreign lands. Contacted by the detectives, he unearthed a buried family secret, shrouded in generational silence. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish within those walls," he confessed. "Others met their end in that parlor, each one serene in repose. The family dubbed it the Claiming." Journals spanning decades were proffered, chronicling deaths disguised as natural causes, heart failures, strokes the common guise for those succumbing to what the family euphemized as the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Within its embrace lay Morgan's vanished equipment and an enigma. A small alcove cradling relics from myriad indigenous cultures, arranged in a meticulous geometric dance. At its heart sat a weathered figurine, its features softened by countless hands across the ages. Analysis identified the carving as a deity presiding over liminal realms' thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid found in Morgan's veins adorned the artifacts. The case took a harrowing turn when dust patterns within the house hinted at a second presence during Morgan's final hours. Partial prints alien to Morgan or any known visitor adorned doorknobs throughout the dwelling. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his dwelling. Like Morgan, he sat facing the entryway, his visage serene, the same alkaloid whispering within his veins. In his grasp rested a key that fit no lock in his abode, but nestled snugly within the concealed alcove in the Victorian. In his parting email, scripted to himself as a somber testament, Reeves penned, "The house doesn't bind you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors laid where they have always led, but something beguiles you into circles. Once you grasp the truth, departure is a choice, yet by then departure holds no allure. The case lingers in limbo, a riddle unsolved, catalogued as suspicious deaths awaiting enlightenment. The Victorian now stands condemned, its secrets veiled from prying eyes by official edict. And yet, whispers persist of flickering lights dancing within its hollow chambers on moonlit nights, and of visitors who vanish into its maw, never to return. Some locals maintain that the house claims those who delve too deep into its enigmas. Others whisper of Morgan and Reeves unearthing a force ancient and potent, a force dwelling within the interstices of reality's tapestry. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning, a labyrinth of unfathomable secrets waiting to ensnare the unwary. Story 26, The Tale of the Whispering Manor. She yearned to refresh the nursery, a space tainted by a faded blue hue that whispered tales of bygone days. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden secret emerged from beneath the surface. Letters faint at first, then sharp and distinct, a cryptic message etched below. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched, a chill dancing down her spine. Stepping back, her eyes caught sight of them tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for a child's reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan estate marked the genesis of what would be known as the Whispering Manor enigma. The young couple, drawn by the allure of a Victorian-style home, had acquired the property at a suspiciously low cost. The realtor had hinted at mere cosmetic imperfections, concealing the shadowy history that lurked within. Detective Sarah Klein, with her notebook clutched tightly, pressed the doorbell, greeted by a woman whose swollen belly peeked out from beneath paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles framed her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. As the woman recounted the unsettling discovery of the hidden message and handprints, Detective Klein noted the tremble in her hands. The previous owners vanished suddenly, the woman divulged. Neighbors claimed they fled in the dead of night, leaving without a trace, only essentials crammed into their car. Traversing the historic manor, the detective's footsteps echoed off weathered floorboards. In the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the cryptic message still visible amidst the abandoned paint cans. Adjacent to it, 5 child-sized handprints embedded in the wet paint, positioned at an adult's height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records. The manor had changed owners 8 times in 3 decades, an abnormally high turnover rate. More disconcerting were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children had spoken of whispers from the walls and a sensation of being watched as they slumbered. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction blueprints and historical archives. The manor had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who operated an orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings chronicled the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have fled. Upon Eleanor's demise, renovators stumbled upon a concealed chamber behind the nursery wall, containing children's belongings but no remains. The case grew cold, buried in the annals of history. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling narrative. Families with children reported inexplicable phenomena, rearranged toys, ghostly laughter, and crayon sketches materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as figments of imagination until the eerie writing surfaced during nursery repainting. A forensic linguist linked the script to Eleanor's journals, while identical handprints, spanning decades, baffled investigators. The probe took a sinister turn when ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the basement floor, 5 child-sized shapes. Beneath the shattered concrete, a grim revelation awaited. 5 sets of remains arranged in a macabre circle, each child adorned with a pendant engraved with their name, the very orphans who had purportedly absconded. Luminol cast an eerie glow in the nursery, revealing countless handprints adorning the walls, invisible to the naked eye. Eleanor's journals laid bare her malevolent intent, believing she could siphon the life force of orphaned children to prolong her own existence. The victims received a proper burial, their names etched as murder victims, not runaways. The manor stood desolate, the expectant couple refusing to step foot inside again. Detective Klein documented the case's closure, preserving images of the luminous handprints and hidden message. Though justice was served, an enigma lingered within those walls, a spectral presence that transcended time and paint layers. The nursery walls, laden with sorrowful history, were raised during renovations, yet whispers of children's voices persisted among the debris. The manor, condemned and forsaken, became a chilling relic of unresolved mysteries, a reminder that some crimes etch indelible marks beyond the scope of human understanding. The detective retained a photograph as a haunting memento, 5 glowing handprints, a spectral echo of the tormented souls trapped within the whispering manor. Story 27, The Shadows of Night. The quaint costume shop was preparing to close its doors forever, a cascade of memories fading into the past as old costumes and masks found new owners. Among those perusing the dwindling inventory was a woman whose name was lost in the whispers of time. She reached out and plucked a mask from a forgotten shelf, its intricate features delicately crafted yet hauntingly realistic. The cashier's eyes flickered with unease as she placed it on the counter, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. "That mask doesn't belong here," he murmured, his voice barely more than a ghostly whisper. Confusion clouded the woman's mind as she checked for a tag, only to find none. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take the mysterious mask home, unaware of the dark fate that awaited her. As the night draped its shadows over the world, a soft sound stirred the woman from her slumber. A gentle whisper of fabric shifting, a subtle dance of unseen threads. Her heart quickened as she realized the mask was no longer resting on her dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her like a silent sentinel of the night. The woman, known to the world as Catherine Reed, was discovered by a concerned neighbor the following morning. The front door stood slightly ajar, allowing the hesitant morning light to spill into the dimly lit home, illuminating a scene that would forever haunt the minds of those who bore witness. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found, as if it had vanished into the very shadows from whence it came. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, her presence a beacon of logic in a realm of creeping dread. Forensics diligently captured the macabre tableau, the mechanical clicks of the shutters providing a haunting rhythm to the hushed whispers that filled the air. An officer noted the absence of forced entry, a puzzling detail in a puzzle of unsettling proportions. The detective's keen gaze swept across the room, absorbing every detail with a silent intensity. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, mundane yet pregnant with unspoken mysteries. The room exuded an air of eerie normalcy, save for the lifeless form of Catherine Reed, her face frozen in an expression of terror that transcended the boundaries of mortality. The medical examiner, a harbinger of unwelcome truths, bent over Catherine's body, his features etched with solemnity. "The cause of death eludes initial inspection," he intoned, his voice a somber melody in the symphony of the macabre. "No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, yet terror is etched upon her very soul, frozen in the tapestry of her features." Catherine, a woman of quiet demeanor and keen perception, had led a life steeped in the world of art appraisal. Her colleagues spoke of her with reverence, praising her discerning eye for authenticity, a gift that now seemed to have led her down a path of unimaginable horror. The detective pondered the cruel irony of a talent for spotting forgeries becoming a harbinger of one's demise. A thread of revelation unfurled when security footage from the costume shop revealed a peculiar anomaly. The cashier's perplexed reaction to the mask hinted at a deeper mystery, a puzzle piece out of place in the grand tapestry of fate. The detective delved deeper, her footsteps echoing through the empty shop like whispers of the past. The shop owner, a figure cloaked in nervous apprehension, revealed a tale woven with threads of dread. The mask had materialized during a clearance sale, an enigmatic relic with no traceable origins. Dark shadows of the past loomed over the shop, whispering of a collector whose death had birthed a legacy of unspeakable terror. A breakthrough shimmered on the horizon as forensics uncovered microscopic fibers entwined within Catherine's fingertips, a silent witness to her final moments of dread. The lab technician's words hung heavy in the air, like a specter of uncertainty. The fibers, a blend of human hair and an enigmatic organic substance, defied the boundaries of modern comprehension, a riddle woven into the very fabric of fate. The investigation unfurled like a tapestry of darkness, revealing a pattern of deaths shrouded in mystery and fear. Each victim had crossed paths with an otherworldly mask, their final moments etched with the brushstrokes of terror. The retired detective, a guardian of forgotten truths, unveiled a revelation steeped in ancient whispers. Seated in a room cloaked in shadows, the retired detective shared a yellowed file that bore witness to a truth too unsettling to be contained within the confines of rationality. Ancient symbols, etched behind the interior lining of each mask, spoke of a ritual entwined with the transference of souls, a macabre dance that spanned centuries in its malevolent embrace. A glimmer of clarity emerged from the shadows when a journal, concealed within Catherine's apartment, unveiled a tale of creeping dread and silent watchers. Her frantic scribbling spoke of a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows, of masks that moved with a life of their own, hungering for souls to consume in a dance of eternal yearning. The detective pieced together the fragments of a puzzle too dark to be embraced by the light of day. The medical examiner's final verdict pierced the veil of uncertainty, revealing that Catherine's demise had been wrought by an unfathomable fear that transcended mortal comprehension. A fear so profound it had stilled her very heart in its relentless grip. The shadows of the night whispered of a darker truth as surveillance footage unveiled a chilling specter haunting Catherine's home. A figure, clad in the mask of the damned, moved with an eerie familiarity, mirroring Catherine's movements with a mechanical precision that defied the laws of nature. The hunt for the missing mask began, a race against time in a realm where shadows danced with malicious intent. Months passed like fleeting whispers on the wind, until rumors emerged of a peculiar mask surfacing in a distant vintage shop. Investigators arrived too late, the mask already claimed by an unknown buyer, its secrets shrouded in the mists of uncertainty. The case, a tapestry of enigmas and shadows, remained veiled in obscurity, a riddle without a definitive resolution. The detective, keeper of forgotten truths, safeguarded Catherine's journal as a testament to the darkness that lurked beyond the realm of reason. In the stillness of the night, she would awaken with a shiver, a sense of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. She would secure her windows and doors, a silent vigil against the encroaching darkness that hungered for souls to devour. The mask, a harbinger of nightmares, awaited its next unwitting victim, a vessel yearning to be filled with the essence of mortal fears. It moved through the tapestry of time, a specter of malevolent intent that sought to claim those who dared to peer into the abyss of its empty gaze. And as the world slumbered in blissful ignorance, the mask awaited its next dance of death, a waltz of shadows and whispered fears that echoed through the corridors of eternity.